Hello, hello. As soon as you hop on, please let us know that you are here. Looking so forward to connecting with you guys today and talking about what's going on in the world, what's up with this cray-cray energy. I'm sure I'm not the only one that is feeling it because just because it's cray-cray. Has it not been? How you guys feeling? How you guys doing? Is everybody else tired? As tired as I have been because of this eclipse corridor energy, which I think we should start a petition. Hi, Jamie. I think we should start a petition to rename it from like eclipse corridor to eclipse hell. Because does it not? I can't be the only one that's like, I need this eclipse energy to end. Oh my God, it has been so heavy. Has it not? How are we all doing? That's what I want to know. I cannot be the only one that is going through it with the energy. Hello, Swims. I am so glad that you caught us, honey. Hello, Simply, my darling. Hey, Steve. You know what? I think you did wake up for the nap. I think that's exactly why you woke up. Hey, Tiffany. It's been a while and absolutely been extremely tired and have had a hard time getting up every morning. That's the eclipse energy, honey. It's oppressive AF. So samesies. So I actually could get up in the morning, but once I get up, I'm just tired. Hey, August, honey. And I'm like tired. I can't get myself moving in the morning. Yes, I can get up. Yes, I can function. But to actually get myself like moving, it's like a Herculean effort. August, can I make an interesting, maybe random connection? What is time of YouTube little icon with the clock that shows your history or the watch later icon, 12:23? What time was Charlie Pow Pow 12:23? Oh, very interesting connection that you're making there. Swims. Oh, I'm not educated about eclipse stuff, but all my family has been going crazy, aggressive, and irritable. So we can talk, we're going to talk, here's the thing. We're going to talk about the eclipse. We're going to talk, whether you want to or not, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about all sorts of things today. Swims. Everyone seems nuts. This last week at least, never seen it this bad in all settings. That's the eclipse energy. So we're right in between. Actually, the next eclipse is going to be in 2 days. So we're still like smack in the middle of it. Probably I would say in 4 to 5 days from now, this oppressive energy should actually start to lift and we should start to be feeling better. I have to say, this eclipse corridor has hit me the hardest out of like any that I can actually remember in recent history. Like, I think the last time I was this affected by an eclipse was, it's got to be like going on 15 years now. That's how long it's been. It's been a hot minute. I don't know what the fuck it is with this one. Hello. Oh, Jamie, you are so sweet. Thank you, honey. I appreciate you so much. Tiffany, everyone seems explosive everywhere all at once. Guys, Barack Obama has entered the chat. Somebody has a handle Barack Obama. Put the fries in the bag. Hello, Marcos. Swims, I've been thinking, must be full moon again, making me wonder if the government is beaming energy weapons on our brains. That's the 5G that you're actually responding to, honey. August, I've come to believe the Earth will end on the 23rd in 3 days. I don't know. LOL, I know. I think we're okay. Everything I've seen anyway has shown that we're going to be okay. So I don't know that the world is actually going to end in 3 days. Hey Trey, been thinking about you a lot today. Hey Angel, yeah, the eclipse is kicking my ass, right? I cannot, like, I have been so over caffeinated this week and it feels like it's not even like starting to make any sort of a dent in the amount of energy that I have. Like, I don't even want to like read. I'm sorry, who am I? I love reading. I can't even, like, I'm so tired I don't even want to read. I have been doing a lot of channeling though. I was like, you know, I'm so tired. I'm not in the mood of channeling. And then last night I sit down and I channel. Cakes is not here. Cakes has been asking me about Nelson Mandela. Hey Jody, honey. I channeled Nelson, who did I channel? Nelson Mandela, Shakespeare. Those are only going to get, those are the ones that are getting their own like their own video. I've also been channeling for an AMA. Who else did I look into? Ernest Hemingway. Hang on, my notebook's right here. Who have I been channeling? I have a crazy video coming up next week after I get my hair done. After I get my hair done, I'm going to record some fresh content for you guys. But I'm going to record next week the Delphi unalivings. We're going to do the cold case AMA next week also. It's going to be a live stream AMA. I recorded Summer Wells. I just have to edit the video and I'll probably put it up next week. Maybe. Hello, Epic Moments. Hi, Sarah, honey. Swims, why does an eclipse make people act crazy? Can I transmute it or block it? Yeah, we're going to talk about that. That's a good question. Who else have I channeled? Hold on. So I have Shakespeare, Ernest Hemingway, Nelson Mandela. I'm working on channeling something for an upcoming video that I'm actually hopefully gonna record next week. Jimmy Hoffa, he's gonna be part of the live stream AMA. And then, Charles Darb, no, he's not gonna be part of it because he's not true crime or cold case or anything. Yeah, we got some amazing content coming up. That's all I wanted to share with you guys. Okay, we can hop off now. Have a good day, everybody. No, I'm kidding. That would be very funny, but also a little bit evil. So why do eclipses make people act crazy? Okay, so, and I was actually thinking about this the other day. Like, I know that we're in the eclipse corridor, and I know that's why I'm so tired. Like, imagine people who don't have a clue, right? They're probably just thinking like, oh, I'm so tired. Why am I so fatigued? I must be coming down with something, but I don't have any symptoms. I feel fine otherwise. I mean, really, just having the awareness about these things, doesn't it make life so much better? Seriously. I don't know. I can't be the only one that feels that way or thinks that way. But if you think about, this is like a known thing. Prisons, like jails, are more full around a full moon, and hospitals too. Because if you think about it, the gravitational field on Earth is actually connected to the moon. One day I'll do a video on the moon, don't you worry about it, but there really is a moon up in the sky. Whatever's on it is a conversation for a different way. Yes, Swims, yes. But if you want to even think about it, our bodies are at least 50% water, if not more. Anywhere I would say between 50 and 70% water. Men and women have a slightly different water content to our bodies, but we're between 50 and 70% made up of water. So if the tides are affected by the moon, we have low tide, we have high tide. So if the water in the ocean is affected by the moon, doesn't it make sense that on a molecular structural level, being that our bodies are 50 to 70% water, that we would also be affected by it? Doesn't take a genius, right? So when the moon is full and it has the strongest pull, we can sometimes be pulled energetically out of our body. And guess what? When you're energetically pulled out of your body, you're not centered, you're not balanced, you're not in your body. That's why the jails are more full, that's why the hospitals are more full, that's why people be acting all cray-cray around a full moon. Now, eclipses are new and full moons on steroids because they don't just impact for the day, but the energetic reverberations of it can be felt 6 months to a year. Again, it's not going to affect everybody the same way because it really depends what are the aspects in your chart. Because could you imagine if every single person a eclipse new moon is like a new moon on steroids. So it's ushering in a new beginning in a person's life. A full moon is some sort of a conclusion in somebody's life, but on steroids. So if everybody in the world was having a new beginning or ending something notable in their life, and that was going to have energetic reverberations for 6 months to a year, I'm sorry, the world would cease to function. I have not been productive this week because the energy has been like so cray-cray, right? So no one would actually be able to get any shit done in their life if we were constantly in a stage of being uprooted or something ending or something beginning. So it really depends on what are the aspects in your chart, and if you have the transit is actually touching anything particular for you. So that's just like a brief crash course in why people be acting all fucking cray-cray. Now, I'm also going to say there is something about this energy that has felt incredibly extra, over the top, potent. That's why so many of us are tired. That's why so many of us are acting all cray-cray, right? There is something incredibly...
Well, some of us are cray-cray.
Well, yeah, well, some of us are cray-cray, as Pip so wisely pointed out from the other room. There, and we'll look into the energy of it, but there is really something really crazy about this particular one. Let me catch up on some comments and see what y'all be saying about the eclipse energy. Swims, wow, I knew I wasn't going crazy. If you're feeling it, that means definitely something is going on. Now, here's also the thing. Some of us are more naturally sensitive to energy as a whole. I'm off the charts sensitive, but I'm even hearing from people that are not off the charts sensitive that even they are feeling it. So there is something extra potent about this one in particular. It will August, I promise. Swims, why does an eclipse, oh, we just read that. Hello Sarah, hello Epic Moments. Jamie, yes, I'm so excited. Kibbs, what's up baby mama, what's up? Swims, my intuition has heightened this month strangely. I think that's a beautiful and wonderful thing. Jamie, hit the like. Thank you, Jamie. Yes, hit the like and subscribe button, y'all, please. I'm trying to get to 4,000 subs. We can do it, guys. I don't know if this live stream is going to be the one that's going to do it, but we can definitely do it. So you want to know how you can support the channel? Free, easy, hit the thumbs up. Share the content with other people and hype it. Those are like easy, free, and really does help the channel. Hello MGE, my darling. Frog Mist, hello there from Israel, hello. Double O Hayes, 3,000 years of trouble. I'm not sure what that means, but I kind of like where you're going with that. MGE, I had a full moon on my B-day last couple, well, I had a full moon on my birthday last couple, ooh, wow. I'm gonna guess that your life changed pretty dramatically after that. Swims, why can the moon eclipse make us act extra wonderful or extra happy or something? LOL, why make people want to, so it's not the eclipse's energy to want for anything. It's a more potent energetic time. How we choose to respond to it, that's on us. Like, sorry, not sorry. I can't be like I'm a raging lunatic bitch today because of an eclipse. It doesn't work that way. We still have personal accountability. We still have free will in how we choose to respond and react to different things. It's just asking us to confront different things in our life on some sort of an energetic level. MGE, eclipse I meant. I want to know how your life changed after that, MGE, because there is no way you escaped unscathed if you had an eclipse on your birthday. Jamie, yes, I agree, and people having more crash outs. Like, here, I could have forced myself. I could have pushed myself to the brink of absolute collapse. I could have been like, no, sorry. Ain't nobody got time to be tired this week because we're in an eclipse corridor right now. Okay, and how does that serve me? That's just going to throw me further out of alignment. So I chose to accept the fact that, okay, it's not going to be my best week. That's okay. We have so normalized pushing ourselves to the brink of actual collapse and exhaustion. It's okay to actually scale our energy back and be like, you know what? I'm just going to sit. Imagine, I'm just going to sit and do nothing for the next hour. We have been so thrown out of alignment that the idea of sitting and literally doing nothing or I actually took a few naps this week. Like me 5 years ago, I would have been like, I can't take a nap. This is not okay. I need to be doing something right now. To what end? To push myself to exhaustion? For what? I'm not going to be of service to myself or my child or anybody in the world if I'm exhausted all the time. I took naps this week. It was marvelous. I highly recommend it for everybody as well. George's Corner, you would look gorgeous. I was gorgeous pregnant. Not only was I gorgeous pregnant, I was like the happy, jolly pregnant woman. I was like crowing. I was walking around, rubbing my belly. I loved being pregnant. I loved. Every food tasted incredible. Way more incredible than it tastes ordinarily. And I think we're like hardwired that way so that everything tastes so good you're gonna wanna eat it, and then you're basically sending nutrients to your developing baby. I loved being pregnant. Oh, I slept so good up until the very, very, very end. But I just loved it. I was like growing life inside of me. It was such a miraculous time. Thank you for the hearts, guys. MGE, I feel energy so strong that it's overwhelming. So I'm gonna recommend, because it might get a little bit more intense before it actually starts to lessen, take like a bath with Epsom salt. Go get some Epsom salt, throw maybe some essential oils into it, ground, take a nap. Thank you for the hearts, guys. Read a book, channel, cook. Spend the time really, really nourishing yourself right now. Don't push yourself onto the brink of exhaustion. There's just no point. Anyway, it's a weekend right now. So you really have a pass now for the next few days to just be really, really gentle with yourself. And drink a lot of water. Smaller meals, more frequent hydration. It's going to go a long way for you. Sleep more. Thank you so much, Swims. Thank you for the support. I'm glad that you liked and subscribed. Thank you. Fraudulent Fraudster. Hello there. That is a great handle you have, my friend. Hello, Ajira, my darling. I've been fighting a bad cold all week, ready to feel better. We are sending healing vibes your way, darling. And it might also be ascension symptoms. And I would say it's most likely that's what it is, because eclipse corridor energy, ascension symptoms, they kind of go hand in hand, my darling. Yes, said MGE. Yep. Thank you, Steve, for keeping the chats high vibe here. MGE, and my girlfriend had the solar eclipse ring of fires on hers. Holy shit. Yeah. You guys have probably been going through it. Hello, Candace, my darling. The whole house is sick here. Been one hell of a week. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. We're sending healing vibes your way, too. Swims, like and sub people. This is a gold mine of a chat. Thank you so much for saying so, Swims. I appreciate that. Jamie, sleep. What even is that? I know, right? I'm telling you, last night, like, I was so dead tired, I just laid down in bed. I was actually reading, and then I was like, I'm too tired. I don't even want to, I was too tired to read. I put my book down, I curled up into a little ball, and I went to sleep. Until Pip found me a few minutes later and woke me up. But I tell you, that nap, chef's kiss. That was like the best nap I've ever had. Tiffany, yes, I've been coasting and doing enough to get by. I legit sat at home all day today. Good on you, Tiffany. Good on you. Good on you. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Beth. I'm sorry, honey.
Good on you.
Yeah, that people are taking it easy. Swims, LOL, at Jamie. I think sleep is a rumor at this point. It's like an urban myth. It's an urban legend, right? I mean, if not for my nap this week, I think I would agree with you. But I am like in a constant state of sleep deprivation. So Pip is getting older. He just turned 10. So he's going to sleep later. Okay, so I can either put him to sleep, do dishes, tidy up, take a shower, and go to sleep. Or if you guys have been here for a while, you know that's not going to happen. I'm a night owl. And if you're just joining, you will come to know that I am a night owl. Or I can stay up well past the point of normalcy, well past the point of normal functioning the next day. And I can actually do things like read, channel, just sit and do literally nothing.
Yeah, that's fun.
It is fun. It's been marvelous.
That's a favorite.
It is definitely a favorite. So it's I think I just have to accept I'm in a state of constant sleep deprivation. I don't know that I'm ever going to be well rested again, and I think I've made peace with that. I think I'm just not going to be well rested for the rest of my life. Jamie, Beth, hugs. Hope you recover quickly. Candace, Beth, we have 2 cases of, oh no, honey, you're gonna need to take a break after everybody gets better in your house, Candace. Hello, Irene, my darling, I'm glad that you caught us. As if hypermesis for a full 6 months and total weight gain through pregnancy of I don't know what kilograms are, honey, because here in the United States we go by pounds. I also don't know what hypermesis is. Is that when you have like extreme morning sickness? I'm sorry if you had that. I'm really, really sorry if that was your experience, honey. Swims, when you were pregnant, could you feel Pip's unique energy on a psychic level? Like you picked up on how his personality would be? That's a really good question. I'll actually share with you guys. This is kind of crazy. So I was still very asleep at that point. So, and I was still definitely trying to suppress my gifts and abilities, but I knew when I conceived. Like I knew. It's not to say like looking back, I'm like, oh yeah, like I'm reverse engineering it on account. I knew that night that I conceived. I knew that I conceived. I knew that I was pregnant. I knew. I could feel. I don't know how I knew. I just felt it. I think I felt like this is my 2% personal opinion. This is my own personal beliefs. We can all have different beliefs on this channel. We don't have to attack people for it. My personal belief is that a spark of the soul is loaded into us when we conceive. This is my own personal opinion. You are allowed to have your own opinion. You can believe whatever it is that you want to believe. This is my channel. Somebody asked me a question and I'm going to answer it. I think what I was feeling is the consciousness loading into my body. There was like the energetic residue, one could say. I'm not saying he had full consciousness at that point, but I think I could feel like the energy, something had shifted in my energy is what I'm essentially saying. Thank you, Misfit. Oh yes, my plants. I have very, very many happy plants in this apartment here. And I'm still buying plants, and I really, it's, you know what I have too many of? I have too many plants and I have too many gray sweaters. And at this point, I have made peace with it. I tell Pip, if I go into a store and you're with me, don't let me buy any more gray sweaters. I'm still going to buy gray sweaters, and he's still going to try to stop me, and I'm going to continue to buy plants, even though it is well past the acceptable level of plants for me to have. I'm not going to stop. I've made peace with these quirks about myself. Candace, when I get sleep, I don't know what to do with myself. So that is some sort of a trauma response. I'm just putting that out there for you to maybe reverse engineer where that comes from. MGE, right, me too. Stephen G, I used to work at an orange juice factory but got fired because I couldn't concentrate. Very, very clever there. Jamie, I work too much, very sleep deprived. I've actually fallen asleep standing up and hit the floor. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. That's pretty fucking funny, actually. Hello, Nikki. Oh my God, baby, you have not been here in forever. I'm so glad to see you, honey. Lou Squares, are you reading? No, so I actually don't use, although I think the algorithm likes it. Let's talk about cards. Let's pretend I'm a tarot reader. Tarot. How many times can we say tarot? Tarot, 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 tarot. Let's just talk about tarot, even though I'm not actually, in fact, a tarot reader. But for some reason, tarot readers seem to do really well on this platform. Psychics, not so much. Unless your name is Sloan Bella. Other than that, it's like, fuck you. The algorithm doesn't care about you. So tarot. I actually don't use tarot, but let's talk about tarot. Yes, because algorithm. So no, to answer your question, I don't use cards. I actually channel directly. I have guides on the other sides. I connect to them and they show me the goods. The guides bring the goods. Whatever it is they share with me seems to resonate with at least a few people on here anyway. Hello, Simply Smiles, honey. How soon after someone passes can they connect with a great question? Let me finish reading that. How soon after someone passes can they connect with the living? Also, what comforting words can you say when someone loses a parent? Fuck. I'm going to keep it real simple. When my dad passed away, I think it's helpful to say something. Keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid, right? So I think just, I'm sorry for your loss. May their memory be a blessing. Because those were the things that brought me comfort. When people try to like make you feel better with platitudes, and that didn't work for me. Because it's like, I need to go through the grieving process and the mourning process. That's great. Great. I'm so happy for all of these other things you're saying. I'm sorry for your loss. May their memory be a blessing. Simple. That's what worked for me. And I will always remember one of my clients. So I thought I was way too young to lose a parent. I was 35 when my dad passed away. And I will always remember one of my clients had said to me, and it was like the perfect thing to say, because it took me right out of the wallowing in pity. She said, no, it's not fair. But no one ever said that life was fair. And you know what? I actually needed to hear that. Because I was thinking, it's not fair. I'm too young to lose a parent. This is not fair. This is not right. I'm only 35. So just somebody validating what I was already thinking, not that she knew that I was thinking that, but just having my own internal thought validated, I found to be incredibly helpful. Now, to answer your other question about how soon after someone passes can they connect with the living? It's different for every soul. I will share my own personal experience with you. I don't like to try to channel the energy of somebody too soon after they pass over. I would say the first week, typically not a great time. The soul can be a little confused. They can be a little like they're adjusting to no longer having a body, to being pure energy again. It also depends the circumstances of how they passed away. If it was very, very tragic, if it was very sudden, then there's a lot of grief surrounding them and their family. So it could be very shocking and very jarring. So I typically really do not like to try to channel people for at least a good month. That's me personally. I know that there's plenty of people that channel somebody the very, very next day. That's not my practice. Out of respect for the soul and their transition process, I like to give them at least a month. Now, that's not to say that I'm not going to try to look in and around their energy, but it's just to say that I'm not necessarily going to go over to the soul itself and be like I'm interviewing them. Like 5 o'clock news. What's it like being on the other side? How is it not having a body? Sometimes they're like, whatever, cool, look around my energy. But I typically will not try to bother the soul itself for at least a 1 month period. So I hope that answered your question. Swims, it's hard to imagine you weren't always this. I fought so hard to suppress my gifts and abilities for so dang long. And you know what? They still bled into my life because that's just the way it works. Iron, 13 kilograms is about equivalent to 3 to 4 normal newborns. What is that, like? So let's say 6, 12, 18, like 18 pounds. I was so sensitive to smells that I could literally not bear the thought of food for 6 full months. Oh, honey, I am so sorry. Jenna, hi, I need some advice. Could you help me? Maybe. I don't know. What do you need help with? I mean, if it's like an oil change, probably not, but maybe. Candace, 13. Oh my God, I was way off. 13 kilograms is about 29 pounds. I was way off. I am so sorry, Iron, my darling. Jody, I have too many gray sweaters also. Honey, if you ever want to, if you tire of your gray sweaters, you could send some my way, because I know I'm not going to stop either. I am literally not going to stop. Gray is my favorite color. Sweaters is my favorite attire. I will I'm not being even a little bit hyperbolic. I probably have at least 20 gray sweaters at this point.
Yeah, and she is not being hyperbolic. I counted, it's 16.
You counted my gray sweaters?
Yeah.
I have way more than 16.
No, you have like 16. Or it's anywhere between 16 and 24. I might have made a mistake.
Here's the thing. I have some lighter gray sweaters in my closet right now, and then I have heavy duty winter gray sweaters that are tucked away in the top of my closet.
Oh yeah, I might not have
So I'm telling you, I have way more than 16.
You have like 16 light gray sweaters.
I have 16 probably hanging in my closet right now, and there's probably at least another 10 tucked away in the top of my closet. I'm touched, a little touched, and you know what? I'm not even apologizing for it anymore. I be touched, and I made peace with it. You want to know what I have more of than gray sweaters? Plants.
Plants.
I have way more plants. I have way more plants than gray sweaters. And do you want to know what else
you
I
have?
have?
Like 50 plants.
You want to know I have more of than even plants?
What?
Friends. You guys. I got a whole.
You have like 4,000 of them.
I got a whole. Well, we're trying to get to 4,000. I got a whole tribe of people over
like
there.
4,000 of them. Just because you don't have 4,000 yet, you have like 4,000. You have a lot of friends.
I have a lot of friends.
Friends, you.
Thank you for being my
You
friends,
have a
guys.
lot of friends.
Jenna, a reality network emailed me requesting if I could do a TV show where they add weight to my body through Is this a joke? This is fucking for real? Let me start over. A reality network emailed me requesting if I could do a TV show where they add weight to my body through surgery. They will pay me $110,000, and it will be a show called 500 Pound Life. I don't know if I should do it. How do you feel about it? Like, are you okay selling yourself out that way? Let's start there and work our way backwards, shall we? Nikki, I've been listening to replays. Oh, honey, thank you, darling. Swims, did something trigger you to just decide to fully tap into your gifts and abilities? Did they just pop up really super strong one day? Did anyone at the time support your gifts and not call you crazy? No, so it's a really good question. So 35, when I was 35, I went through like a number of very life-altering events, starting at 35. And now, at the time, being spiritually inclined, I would have said, and I did say, the universe is trying to wake me up. Now that I've fully given in, and I actually connect to the other side, I would say,
They were trying to wake you up.
no, it's not the universe. My soul had written in for myself experiences of what I wanted to endure. Was the end result that I was going to wake up? Yes. But the universe doesn't have an agenda. The universe doesn't care if you wake up or if you stay asleep. It's what does your soul actually want? So my soul wrote in a number of very challenging aspects for me to experience. Free will could have reigned supreme. I still could have decided, no, I still don't want to embrace my gifts and abilities. Thank God I did. I mean, my life has gotten so much better. But part of the reason I actually had suppressed it for so long was I wanted to fit in and I wanted to be just like everybody else. And I was very hyper aware of the fact that I was different growing up. So I didn't want to be, because peer pressure, I didn't want to be different. And so it's really been one of my purposes and my missions in turning this into a community of like-minded people where nobody feels like they're lost, but everybody actually feels found. So if you've also ever felt like you haven't fit in, it's probably because you were not in fact meant to fit in. You were meant to do some alternative path. You were meant to go on some alternative way in life, to do alternative different things. And I'm so happy to have you here if that's you. And even if that's not you, I'm so happy to have you here. At the very least, you'll have a good time on this channel, whether or not you believe in anything that we talk about. Because it's high vibe, so at the very least, you'll have fun. Beth, no such thing as too much gray. Really no such thing as too much gray. Jamie, agree, Beth. Candace, yes, it's a trauma response. Bad things happened to me when I was younger, between 4 and younger, and sometimes I still get nightmares. Makes sense to me. I'm sorry, love. George's Corner, your belly is very hot, with or without pregnancy. You can't really see my belly right now, but thank you. Swims, I'm annoyed by tarot readers because I allow too many fakers blend in with real psychics. I prefer no tarot. I can respect that. Jamie, wait, Steve is awful quiet. You okay? Steve is apparently just manning the trolls today. Swims, tarot channels are oversaturated, so as a regular person, I lost interest. It's more interesting to see someone just wait to see if info comes to them another way. I think the reason people like tarot channels more is there's some sort. Here's the thing: we live on Earth. This is a 3D, heavy, dense energy. It's a material realm. We don't live in the 5D. We don't live in the spiritual realm. We live here. I'm holding a physical notebook. I'm holding a physical pen. So the reason I think a lot of people like tarot is because it's some sort of a physical representation. Because it's like, okay, you're channeling. How do I know you're not just making it up? I think a lot of people think that way. But the cards, it's like there's a representation that resonates with them because they can see it. And even if people have a slightly different interpretation of what the cards mean, they can still appreciate the fact that there's a physical representation of it. I personally, I find things like that too restrictive. Like, that's why I could never do a guided meditation, because to me, guided meditations are too restrictive. Like, don't tell me what I should be thinking about. Apparently, I have, like, oppositional defiance disorder or something like that, right? Like, I couldn't. I can't deal with that fucking shit. Like, I can't even be on a guided meditation. Don't tell me what to think about while I meditate. But meanwhile, there's some people that thrive with that. I don't. I want to break down all the barriers in the world. I don't want to reinforce them in any way. Steve, haha, Jamie, laying with Tyson, got one hand currently. He's one hand in it today, guys. That's impressive that you can still be a mod with one hand. Jamie, oh no, Candace, I'm so sorry. Oh, LOL, just checking. Candace, I don't contact for a month either, but I have had them come to me before. Then I will connect to them, and I agree with you on that. Simply smile, thank you, makes sense. No dirty laundry. Hashtag Don Henley. So, hey, Nick, I'm so glad that you made it. By the way, guys, Sobering Stories, Nick I'm halfway through. I actually am at the hour-long point. Your video on Charlie Kirk is incredible. So well researched, so well thought out, so well documented. Nick, the video so far, I mean, I don't think anything's going to change in the next 40 minutes until I end the video. So far, I think this is your best video of the videos that I have seen. So guys, when you are done here, please head over to Sobering Stories channel. He has an incredible new video out on Charlie Kirk. Excellent. I mean, all of his videos are excellent. I think this is chef's kiss, though. Thank you. Candace, what that extreme? They don't have enough crazies to watch that they want to pay someone to be fat so they can then take them and have them work to lose the weight or have surgery again to lose it. So my take on it is all of these things are just reinforcing the 3D. Because it's been shown to me we eat way more than we need to. Like, we could survive literally, I eat usually 1 meal a day, and that's more than enough. As long as you're staying hydrated, you really, and whoever came up with this idea that breakfast is the most important meal of the day, no, not for, if I had breakfast, I would have to take a nap every day after I ate. I literally cannot. We have been so conditioned to overeat. So that's a way of just reinforcing the matrix. It's grounding us back into our 3D bodies. Because when we eat less, we actually can feel the energy in the ethers much more. But when we're over consuming food the way that we tend to, all that's doing is actually grounding us back into our physical bodies. So all of these things that I see on TV, to me, it's just reinforcing the matrix. Jamie was just gonna say, Jenna L, it sounds dangerously unhealthy. My opinion doesn't count, but sounds concerning. Sobering stories. Has anyone seen the documentary about The Biggest Loser? No, I didn't even know there was a documentary. That sounds very interesting, though. Hello, September Rose, my darling. I'm glad you caught us, honey. Did you have your gifts as a teenager? My daughter is showing signs of being clairsentient. Totally butchered that. I knew what you meant, though. Hope you know what I'm trying to spell. Yes. Yes, I had them when I was actually, my teenagers was when I was suppressing my gifts and abilities the most, because that's when I experienced, anyway, the most levels of like peer pressure, and I wanted to be just like everybody else. Like, I remember literally, I was 17, like going into a friend's house. Like, me and my friend went to another friend's house. We get there and I said to my friend, we have to leave. And she's like, why? We just got here. I was like, no. Like, her parents were just fighting. We can't be here. She's like, what the fuck are you talking about? They weren't fighting. I was like, no, they are. I didn't want to be there. The vibes are off. I could feel it. And then, like, imagine I was older. I'd go, like, visit my friends. I could tell when they had just had sex. We're like, So I worked so hard to suppress it because I didn't want to be here. Apparently, I don't know how to shut my mouth. That's the biggest problem. That's why I'm a YouTuber, apparently. I don't know how to shut my mouth. I don't know how to leave things well enough alone. Could I not just go to a friend's house and be like, the vibes are off, I want to leave? No, I had to say, the parents were fighting, we have to leave. I don't know how to leave things well enough alone. Either to my benefit or my detriment. Who's to say? I don't know. I found all of you guys because I can't keep my mouth shut, so I would say clearly it's to my benefit. But yes, if your daughter is showing signs of it, she absolutely has it. Yes. Jamie, okay, sobering, LOLs, you got me. Who are ya? He's an incredible content creator. Hello, Simone. So grateful you accepted your gifts and shared them with me too. Oh, honestly, guys, I couldn't live another day. I could not live another day in the Matrix. I couldn't. So I don't know if you guys know the turning point. I don't know if you guys want to hear the turning point. There was a big moment. I actually remember the exact moment I woke up. That's kind of fucking wild. So I will say this, the universe was trying damn hard to redirect me. So I had lost a job working as a social media marketing manager, and I still thought that was my path in life. So I was like applying like a maniac to every job that I could find online. And I kept like I would go on an interview and they would tell me, you have way more qualifications for this job. Like, you're overqualified, we're not gonna hire you. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. Like, and I went to so many job interviews, and one of them was, there's a very famous watch company. I'll let you figure it out. Very famous, de mucho dinero. And I got an interview, and the interview process for a company that like this, you don't just like do one interview, you do 5 interviews. So I went through the entire interview process, and then before you meet with like the last person in the interview process, they had me put together like a mock marketing plan that also included like different influencers, and I saved it. Humble brag, I actually have to say this was probably like the best project I have ever put together. Even when I was employed, like this, I hit it out of the ball. I still really like was invested in the Matrix. I hit it out of the ballpark. Best presentation I had ever put together. Now this also happened to have been right around C19, okay? I've woken up a lot since then, okay? But I wasn't quite awake at the time, so I didn't know that C19 served other agendas, but nonetheless, I was still seeing people were, you know, I didn't know that there were all of these other mitigating circumstances that were leading them to cross over, and I was also believing what the news was telling me about the number of people that were crossing over. All of that is irrelevant. But nevertheless, people were crossing over. And I had this moment of realization. I was like, something's not right here. People are being unalived at this time, right? They're getting sick and they're crossing over. There are people that are losing their jobs because they won't get the jabadoodle. And I am interviewing for a super duper douchey exclusive watch company that is so beyond the scope of anything that is considered a necessity. It's like a uber luxury item. People can't afford groceries. Something doesn't make sense in this world. I could not in good consciousness even like consider taking this job. I was disgusted. I was nauseous. And I still made it because again, the presentation I put together was insanely good. I still made it to the final hiring round, and I remember in the interview thinking, I actually don't even care if I get this job. I actually don't even want this job any longer. That was the moment I woke up. So it's not just me that woke up during that time period. C19 served as a piece in a much bigger puzzle. I'm going to say there's a lot of people that actually woke up during that time as well. So it's a bigger piece in a bigger puzzle, even if we can't see it, because a lot of us are veiled and a lot of us are still refusing to look at the pieces that are in front of us. We don't want to put together this puzzle. We want to put together a puzzle we already put together because we know how to put those pieces together and that feels comfortable. There's a lot of people that refuse to wake up, guys. I see it more and more every day, and I see it even more and more with what people are saying about everything going on with Charlie Kirk right now. And I'm not even saying the people that are like, he deserved it. But it's like, I'm seeing how people are literally choosing to stay stuck. They don't want to face reality right now, and it's fucking wild. So we all have different pieces in different puzzles that we can start to embrace. I'm going to encourage you, even if it's a little bit uncomfortable, start to play with different pieces in different puzzles, because it will lead you to someplace new and someplace different, and someplace maybe that's more aligned for you than where you've already been. Because that's old stagnant energy. Let's transmute that old stagnant energy. Let's embrace the new, guys. I think I went on a major fucking tangent right there. I'm sorry, guys. Sobering Stories. My name is Nick, aka DJ Petrovsky. Where did Petrovsky come from? That's what I want to know. Nikki, I think you had around 700 followers when I found your channel. Oh my God. We've come a long way, Nikki. We have come a long way, honey. I am so glad that you're still hanging out with us over here. I don't know what this is, so if anybody knows, Nikki's comment is in green, and it looks like she gave, did you give membership to somebody? I'm a little bit confused. I don't know, because I see lunching and reading, and then I see 26 MTHS. I'm a little puzzled over here. I'm still apparently learning as I go, guys. Candace, don't tell me what, I'm telling you guys, I have like some sort of oppositional defiance disorder or something like that. I definitely have, considering that like I'm a Capricorn sun, I definitely have like a problem with authority. Clearly I have. If I cannot even do like a guided meditation, I think we can all agree I have some sort of problem with authority at this point. Iron, rebelling against authority is a sign of maturity and responsibility. Functioning well in a sick society is very, very bad for everyone. Thank you, you get it. Nick, oh man, thank you so much, Faye. You're amazing. Thank you for watching it. It gets better as it goes on. You're making me blush. I'm in awe of your research. I'm in awe of your content creation. Like, I literally aspire. I actually looked at the microphone you got, and I want to get it one day. I need, for me to justify getting that amazing microphone that you have, I'm going to need at At least 5,000 subs. At least that. Guys, if you want me to get a better microphone, please help me get to at least 5,000 subs. Because the sound quality of your videos is insane. Your editing is insane. Like, I aspire to make videos the way you do. But I'm not even jealous. It's because I don't operate that way. I'm so happy that you're like a high vibe dude with integrity and you make good content. I just love that. Hello from Burkina Faso in West Africa. Hello there, my new friend. Steve, yeah, I agree about Nick's videos. They're amazing. Jamie, go Nick, yay. I can't wait to check it out. You're going to get addicted to his videos. Beth, so happy to have found my solar flow family, and right back at you, Beth. I'm so glad that you are here, honey. When I don't think you made the last live. I was like, where's Beth? Like, I could feel the absence of your energy, Beth. So when you're not here, anyone that's like a consistent person, when you're not here, I'm feeling it. I'm like, the energy is just off without these people. Simone, yes, sobering stories. It was well done. Great video. I listened to it earlier while shopping around. And I also love last week's video on 9/11. That was bam. Candace, I also eat 1 meal a day. I don't eat breakfast either. I would literally not function if I had breakfast in the morning. I would be like, if I had breakfast every morning, it would be like Eclipse energy, but like every day, all day. I would cease to function. Jamie, yes, Beth, absolutely. You all are the best family. We love you. Steve, duh. Much love to everyone. Beth, it's a love festo. It really is. And you guys are giving so many hearts now. Thank you. Jamie, oofta. Gotta leave for... Jamie, you work too hard, my darling. Every time I'm on, you're always getting ready for work. No. You need a day off. I'm asking you to please take a day off, honey. Take a day off and like go get your nails done or something. Or take a day off and nap. Or take a day off and just sit around and do nothing for an hour. Highly recommend. Ian Smitty, you are good looking and cute. Thank you for saying so. I appreciate that. Thank you for the high vibes over here. Jamie, LOL. Aw. Nick, same here. 1 meal a day keeps the... I really think so. Because here's also the thing. The more we eat, the more inflammation we're actually creating in our body. So if we... That's the entire premise behind intermittent fasting. That when we are in some sort of I'm not even going to say caloric deprivation, because that's essentially what dieting is too, but you could still diet and still have inflammation in your body. But it's when you're giving your digestive system a good long break, you actually can bring down the inflammation in your body. Nikki, are you doing mini reads with super chat donation today? No, I always do that, Nikki, always. Candace, okay, so I don't know if this has ever been asked, but I went into a sports game and was around Benny Blanco, and I had to leave the area quick with my niece. I couldn't be there. Why was I so fight or flight? That's a really good question. So I think anytime we're around any sort of a celebrity, I think we energetically can feel the inauthenticity of them, because anyone that's like a household name, they've been cast. So the actors and the actresses have not just been cast into movies, they've been cast to play some sort of a prototype out on the world stage as well. Right? You have the good girls, you have the Jennifer Anistons, you have the girl next door, the Reese Witherspoons, you have the bad girl, right? You have Megan Fox, and before she cleaned herself up, Angelina Jolie. They're all cast to play some sort of a prototype to appeal to some subset of the population. I think we can actually feel the inauthenticity of them, and that's why we feel repelled by them. As in, we're not an energetic match. Pretend these are two magnets that turn to the same polarity. They attract each other, they come in and they connect. But if you turn one of them around and they're no longer on the same polarity, because you're not an energetic match for the fake, phony celebrities, that's why. Jamie, oh Candace, great question. I think he got into something shady recently. Steve, ew, Benny Blanco gives me a creepy feeling too. Candace, I mean, I got sick, really sick, and started to panic, and it was bad, really bad. He is Selena Gomez's boyfriend or whatever. I think they're actually getting married, aren't they? No, it's not just you, honey. No. Here, you have other people that are validating your experience also. Jamie, wasn't Benny just involved in a sacrifice, or I don't, if he had, or hold on, I don't know. My understanding is they don't share that shit with us. So was he? Yeah, most likely, probably, and then also probably like threw him out of energetic alignment. But I don't know how, like, would you know that he had done that? It's not like they report that on the news. Candace, Jamie, that's some of the images I was getting in my head. So you're also claircognizant, Candace. That's exactly what that is. If you are somewhere and you just know things and you don't know how the fuck you know how you know, that's claircognizant. Candace, and missing people's faces were coming into my mind. Ooh, that sounds creepy. Nikki, I'm confused myself. Thank you, honey. Pooja Yadav, hello ma'am, new to this channel, can you please tell me, when will Hussein contact me? He has free will. So free will reigns supreme. So anything I'm going to tell you is only a potential, because his free will is different than whatever it is that I could potentially be seeing. Hello, I like turtles. Light, greetings from Kuwait. Hello. Yes, thank you, Simone. Guys, please, let's get Faye to 5K. I agree. Thank you for that, Simone. Ryan Love, did you say oofta? I was reading somebody's comment and they had said oofta. But yes, if we're getting technical, I said oofta. Sobering stories. I like turtles. The best video ever. Jamie McKellar, LOL. Let me know when your next live is, like a week ahead of time, and I'll take the day off. I don't know. I mean, I like to come on Fridays now, so there's a pretty good chance I'll come on Friday. Because I also like to record content like Wednesday or Thursday, so I have like the next couple of days to edit it, to upload it like the next Tuesday or Wednesday. So typically I come live on Fridays now. Simone, Faye's video on Indigo, Crystal, and Rainbow Children was great. Check it out if you haven't. Thank you, Simone. My videos get literally no love. I don't know. I don't even know why. Like anyone that says become a YouTuber, you're gonna make tons of money, they're lying. Let's establish that. This is like, I do this because I love it. The amount of effort that goes into it's nowhere near financial compensation for the amount of effort. And you know what? I don't care. YouTube, if you're trying to get me to stop because I'm spilling too many truth bombs, I don't care. I'm not going to stop. I love you all. I'm not going to stop. So sorry, YouTube, if you're trying to make me stop, it's not going to work. Tura Barema, what's your purpose? I have more than just one, but if you want the oversimplified version, it's to dismantle the matrix. And the way that I do that is by psychic energy readings as well as pattern recognition, and then breaking the information down into easily digestible information. At least that's what I like to believe. You guys can tell me if you think I'm off my rocker. Because I try to wake up people in my life and it doesn't seem to be working. But people on the internet, yeah, that works. Ryan, are you from North Dakota? No, I'm not. I'm in Los Angeles, California right now. Tiffany, really good question. I don't know what question. All the questions here are good. Jamie, close Ryan further north. No, I'm not Canadian. I'm American. Ryan, I'm in Fargo. Oh, nice. Okay. Ryan, I didn't know Minnesotans say oofda. I kind of love that. Mayor Barty, ma'am, I have very heavy and bulky back, though core and chest muscles are lean from my boxing days. Now I sit a lot because of my job. I run a lot, but my back is getting heavy and oh, honey, I'm sorry, yoga. So I'm a yoga teacher. I've been teaching yoga since 2009. I think yoga is like the modern day fountain of youth. So just do yoga. Pilates is also great, but it sounds like what you need is yoga. Ryan, haha, wait, Minnesotans as in Minnesota. Swims, do you sense that Candace Owens has bad energy, looking to shut her down since she has been speaking out about Charlie Kirk and Netanyahu? Okay, so that's actually that's where I see a lot of people are going back to sleep, to be quite honest. There are so many people that don't want to face the truth about Israel and Netanyahu, and that's why people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are now getting labeled as an anti-Semite. Let's break it down, guys. So if we as Americans are critical of our leader, we're not accused of being anti-America, are we? No. But if you're critical of an Israeli leader, you're automatically considered to be an anti-Semite. This is the way that they shut us up. This is the way that they shut up dissident, and they shut up voices that they don't like. So, and here, by the way, guys, also, because there's for sure someone now or in the replay is going to be like, you're an anti-Semite. Guess the fuck what? I'm Jewish. I cannot be an anti-Semite if I'm Jewish. That doesn't work. So no, but wrong is wrong. It doesn't matter who is doing it. And we cannot allow people to hide behind the identity of some sort of a protected class or protected anything of people, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to shut up the dissenters, because you can't say that. That makes you an anti-Semite. How? Why? How does that make me an anti-Semite? How? Explain. But nobody wants to be labeled as an anti-Semite, so the minute we even think we're going to get, we run, but okay, somebody is going to have to explain how me being critical of a foreign leader somehow makes me an anti-Semite. Me being critical of what they're doing to a fellow country, how does that make me an anti-Semite? Wrong is wrong. I don't care who's doing it. So, a lot, and here's also the thing I had said about Candace Owens in the past. She's really fucking angry. Because what happens when we start to wake up? We get really fucking angry, don't we? Not all of us, but certainly some of us, and maybe even most of us, get really fucking angry. Because when you start to realize the world is not the way that you thought it is, you get really fucking angry. So she's in the stage of being really fucking angry right now, and that's what we're in fact seeing. And because she's being critical of a country that you're apparently not allowed to be critical of, for whatever reason, not making sense to me why, but okay, that's why she's getting so much pushback. When I actually push people to be like, what is she saying that is anti-Semitic? They're like, well, she's saying Jews, 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 Jews. I was like, okay, but did you actually know there's a lot of Jews that have a Jewish last name that they're not Jewish, and not even a little bit, and not even at all? And they in fact do run the world? So, like, hello Rothschilds. Do y'all know that the Rothschilds, when they have dinner, let's say there's six seats at the table, there's only 5 people that sit at the table, because they always have a chair set out for Papa Satan. So they're a Jewish family. They have a Jewish last name. They're also Satanists. So, but do they run the world? Yeah, they actually kind of do, and they also kind of control the ley lines. They're hijacking the energy here on Earth. So no, I don't think I don't think you're an anti-Semite if you happen to notice what somebody is doing and comment on it being wrong. And 2% personal opinion. But also, wrong is wrong. It doesn't matter who's doing it. Meyer Barty, ma'am, I have a very heavy and bulky, I think I answered your question already. I'm sorry, honey. Ryan, LOL, Tri-City, I'm assuming. Jamie, I avoid that area. What's wrong with the cities? Good question, Swims. Okay, Nikki. Oh, thank you, honey. I woke up feeling my sister's energy with me. Could you please tell me how she is? If she has incarnated on Earth, and if so, will I meet her in this lifetime? Her name is Janine Porter. No, she's still taking it on the other side right now. She actually just came in to check out what's going on in your life right now. She's feeling there's been a change in your vibration. She literally just came in to check on you, Nikki. She wasn't Nothing nefarious is going on. She felt there's a change in your own personal energy and vibration, and she literally was just coming to check in on you. But no, I don't see that she has incarnated. She's telling me not yet, not yet. She's showing like on a hammock. She's like energetically, one could say she's like on a hammock right now. She's enjoying just, we were talking about this at the beginning. She's enjoying just kind of being right now. She's enjoying just kind of existing at the moment. She has no plans of reincarnating anytime soon. That's what she just shared with me, Nikki. Let me know if that answered your question, honey. Hello, Bella, darling. Hi, Faye. Working out. Gotta catch you up. Oh, thank you for popping in just to say that you couldn't stick around. Connor Brady, I donate 200. Sure, you can donate whatever you want to. I mean, I'm not gonna stop you. Ryan, yo, Jamie is throwing me off. I thought I was talking to your sister or something. Steve, my cats are too cute. I don't want to move, but I need cat. I'd so get you. Connor, I donate 300. Sure. Yeah, Steve's like 400. Connor. Nick, literally, Faye, our reading the other day was so amazing. I really appreciate. Thank you so much for saying so, Nick. Triple Taco, can you sit still? Oh, you're nasty. Connor, I donate 400. Sure. Jamie, oh crap, gotta get on the road. Still listening though. Safe driving, honey. Swims, I may have missed you answering this question, but do you sense Charlie Kirk on the other side? Strange people are starting rumors it was a hoax, etc. Do you feel his energy outside? No, he's on the other side. I'm not getting that he's alive. No. I mean, what a horrible hoax. Like, seriously, guys, that's horrific. Like, if he's a person that has integrity, what, like, here's the thing, T.O., break it down for a minute. The way in which he crossed out of his body was done publicly, and it could be, by some, said to be traumatic. If this is someone that has integrity and high vibes, couldn't they just have said, if it's a hoax, he had a heart attack and he crossed over and that's it? Or he fell asleep and he never woke up? Like, why do it in such a public way that is designed to cause trauma? So no, I don't sense that his energy is here, and I think that's a terrible hoax, whoever started it. That person clearly does not have integrity. Mayor Bharti, yoga seems too much to me. I tried Padam Asana. It was not. So just do like a gentle yoga class, do a beginner's yoga class. Yoga really is for everybody in my experience and in my opinion. That might not have been the right class for you though. Emza Coolest, what is the best bit of advice you could give someone right now? I mean, that's overly broad, but just raise your own personal vibration and don't worry too much about what's playing out in the world right now, because who the fuck knows what's even real at this point, right? So just focus on yourself, focus on raising your own personal vibration by doing things that are not hurting another person. Take care of yourself, take care of the people that are around you, and just try not to give too much energy and focus into the outside world. Iron, if you want to make this planet better, we absolutely must drop old mindsets bound to religion and politics. We must focus on people with long-time perspective and empathy instead. I agree. Hello, Laura, my darling. Thank you. We are sending hugs to Utah as well. Hello, Kate and the Beast. I'm glad that you joined us. Kelvin, questions. Maybe I have answers. Nikki, I'm healing from an eating disorder. She was older than me, and I pretty much caught the disorder from following her lead. So there's it sounds like generational trauma there. I think knowing what I also know about your family and your mom, I have a feeling that's where it in fact had come from. You might actually been healing her by the fact that you're healing your own eating disorder. That might actually be what she's responding to. Kelvin, the fog or the mist? Choose. What's the difference between fog and mist? Aren't they like the same? Maybe I'm confused. Nikki, also our womb donor is getting close to passing. There you go. She might actually be coming in just to check on the energy because of that. Kate and the Beast, have you seen The Wind in the Willows? Personally, no. Guys, I caught up on comments. Yay. That's amazing. So now that I caught up on comments, please go ahead and flood me with new comments or new questions. Because otherwise I'm just going to be sitting here and blinking my little eyelashes at you guys, and that's going to get very, very boring very, very rapidly. But I will consciously hydrate because we're in an eclipse corridor right now and the energy is a motherfucker. By the way, this is also really good research R&D for me. So clearly by putting eclipse in the beginning of the title of the live stream, eclipses don't perform well. If I would have started with like Charlie Kirk or Taylor Swift, there would be like 120 people in here right now. Because that's what happened last time. You know what? The algorithm. I fucked up this week, guys. I'm sorry. I don't think I can change it in the middle of the live stream. Do you think I don't think I can. I wonder. Can I? I don't think I can change it. I can change it after the fact, but after the fact, I don't think that's going to do anything. Boo. Okay. Live and learn. Swims, do you feel Trump's energy is dwindling? You know what, I do, but the reason that I feel that his energy is dwindling is because I think he felt that he accomplished what he came here to accomplish, and I think he's also allowing a little bit more the script writers to write the script for him right now, and I think that that's very energetically frustrating for him. So his energy does feel a little bit lower to me. I'm going to say yes to that, but not for health related reasons. I think it's because, you know, I shared with you guys, he came here on a soul level to be like a disruptor. He's not really being very disruptive right now. Like, he was way more disruptive, like, in his first term, and he was way more disruptive when he was, like, campaigning, right? Like, whoever heard of, like, fake news before he had come out and said it? He was such a disruptor in the 2015 election. Now his energy is so much more demure, but it's like he came here, he accomplished what he came here to do, and I think the script writers have taken over and they're suppressing his natural energetic expression. So that's why I think it's a little bit lower. Nikki, Jamie, I keep hearing about the 3 days of darkness, anything. So I answered that, I think, last time. It's been shown to me, yes, but it's not going to be like the Dark Ages. It's not like we're going to go back to the Dark Ages. It's not like we're not going to have electricity and we're not going to have cell phone service. More think of like rolling blackouts. So like one area might lose power for a couple of hours, then another one will. Rolling blackouts, but it's not like we're going back to the Dark Ages. Steve, can we look into Mark Passio? He has been trying to tell people to wake up for quite some time. What do you want to know specifically about him? I can tell you that he sees, I would say he's okay, do you all remember that scene in The Matrix where Neo starts to see the Matrix as it is and not the computer program? He actually sees the world behind the veil. He genuinely does. But if you have specific questions outside of that, let me know. Swims, what in Hollywood is Lyme disease code for? No way, like all these celebrities. So that was shown to me in the past as it's code for they're having a clone made. So they're out of commission because they're being cloned at that time. Iron, I have to drop subscriptions to channels I like because they are getting clear messages that the track they are on is wrong, yet interpret anything as agreeing with them. Oh, I want to hear what you're saying there. That sounds very compelling, Iron. Valerie, blessing solar flow and sending high positive. Oh, hi. Thank you, Valerie. Thank you so much, darling. Laura, I'm so done with this. I know, it's ghetto, isn't it? I want to go home to heaven so bad. Not suicidal, just sick and tired. And here's also the thing, I'm going to remind you, whatever's going to happen next is not for us. It's for the people in the nosebleed section that are still very, very asleep right now. Give it a couple of years, you're going to be happy that you're still here. But it's going to get worse before it gets better. But again, it's not for us. Iron, so how do you make sure that you are actually hearing the messages rather than just listening to your own thoughts and opinions? I meditate because that's what clears my mind and allows me to be receptive to what my guides are bringing into me. And that's why I will also tell you guys always this is my personal opinion, because I never ever want you guys to confuse my opinion with the goods that the guides are bringing. But I have to get, I have to basically check myself before I wreck myself, and meditate, because that's what's going to clear my own personal noise in my mind and allow me to receive most clearly what the guides are bringing to me. Steve, Mark Passio used to be a dark side and now is night side, and he has a lot of knowledge and information, and I was looking to validate his offerings, I suppose. Well, I would say he does see beyond the veil. And I'm getting this sense, so this is not what's being shown to me, this is more like intuition. Like I'm intuitively feeling that he has remorse, and the way in which he thinks he can make amends for things that he has either seen in the past and not said anything in the past about, or that he himself has done in the past, is to try to bring the truth to the surface so other people can start to wake up from it. But again, that's not what he's sharing with me, that's my own intuition. Steve, light side, darn it. No, I got what you were saying though. Swims, that's interesting, but why do they pretend to look all sick? Because the clone will pop up looking a little bit. So really good question. So first and foremost, they can design the clone to look different. A person that I have always spoken about in the past is like Beyonce. Beyonce, she's a little bit more of a, she's like more, I would say more maybe like a muscular frame. She's got, bigger, she's not like a little waif, right? She's not Kate Moss. But sometimes when she's on the red carpet, she looks more waif-like. Or her face looks different, or her eyes look different, but then the next time you see her, she doesn't look that way any longer. So they can actually put in the specifications of what they want their clone to look like, and that's why the clone can look different. But the reason that they're saying Lyme disease and why they actually look a little bit sickly, there's some sort of an energetic extraction that's going on when they're making a clone, because the clones now are made from their DNA. So it's an energetic extraction that is happening to create the clones, which is going to leave them energetically depleted, and that's why they look sickly. That's why the code is Lyme disease. So let me know if that answered your question, Swims. Swims, are you suspicious of all the celebs posting pizza slices, pizza pillows, pizza print clothes? You think it's a signal they finally completed horrible rituals harming people? I would say 80% of them, but I don't think everybody, not 100% of them actually know what they're posting. About 80% of them do. Steve, boom. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Oatmeal, ooh, cute name. Oatmeal cookie. Matthew 18 verse, what does it say in Matthew 18 verse 7? I'm live streaming. I can't stop and go look it up. So help a content creator out, please. Swims, I've never heard your theory before. It actually makes sense. Thank you. I think, here's the thing. I've for a long time said the truth resonates, and we can almost feel the truth in our body, and because again, it's like its own certain frequency, and that's why sometimes somebody could be lying and you don't know what they're lying about, but you can just like pick up on it. You're like, no, that's not actually the truth, even if you don't know what the truth is, because it's a different frequency. Deception is a different frequency than the truth, and our body resonates with the truth. John Hernandez, hello. Laura, reminds me of the film The Island with Ewan McGregor, Sean Bean, and Scarlett Johansson. Watch the trailer. Yes, that is what we would call a reveal. Swims, would you ever consider getting a clone if offered? It sounds tempting. Never, 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 no, no, no. You could not pay me to get a clone. Swims, I would make my clone cook and clean. But you could just get a robot for that. Why does it have to look like you? Because again, they're going to do an energetic extraction, and I'm not down with that. Nicole, The Island, I can't watch that movie, right? So in that case, Nicole, you're actually resonating with the fact that it's a reveal because it's a big motherfucking reveal. Nikki, are my messages going through? You skipped out. I'm sorry, honey. So here's I'll change the message settings because there's not hundreds of us in here right now. I'll change the message setting at this time, honey, okay? I'll allow all the messages in, and then it's not going to sift and sort through some of your messages. So it's taking liberties with the messages right now. So I'm going to show all messages. Now, any message that you put in should show up, Nikki. Steve, did we look into when the giant bell? Yes, we did in the past. Nicole, there are a lot of movies I feel that way about. Nikki, I wrote yes to healing generational trauma. Her eating disorder was mostly to blame for her unaliving at 34 years old. I'm so sorry, honey. Nikki, oh yes, I see your message now, honey. It is coming in. Yeah, you are, and I think that's what she's energy. So here's the crazy thing. The soul can go and sit with God and be healed with God, but they can actually experience a sensation of our energy on this side as well. So I think that's what she was picking up on. Swims, are there certain herbs or natural stuff you light when you can see or you can strongly feel it affecting the energy of the room? No, I mean, the only thing that I would really, like, I smudge on occasion with Palo Santo or sage when the energy starts to feel a little gunky. I'll also clean my crystals when the energy starts to feel gunky because some of them transmute energy, but some of them actually retain energy. So if it feels gunky, I know they need to be cleaned. I'll make sure I take out the garbage. I'll make sure that that's a reminder, I actually have to take out my garbage. But I'll actually, I'll dust the baseboards and I'll clean into the corners. Because all of that is some sort of an energetic residue that if you're sensitive, you can pick up on. Thank you for the hearts, Nikki. I caught up on comments again. Okay, should I see if I can change like the title in here? I really don't think that I can.
You can.
I can? How?
I don't know.
Of course Pip knows. Yeah, but I want to change the title because I think it was a grave error on my part.
To name it what?
Oh no, I don't want to put photos in.
To name it what? What was a grave error? If you tell me what was a grave error, I can...
Okay, that was rather unexpected. Sorry guys, I don't know what the fuck I did. I just turned the background into a green screen. Whoops! That's what happens when I just like touch random shit over here. There we go. Okay.
Okay, Mom, I want cones.
So baby, can you help me figure out how I can change the title of this live stream?
I know that it's possible, just I don't know how.
I don't know how either.
I'm gonna eat, Mom, for your struggles, you can have a cone.
I don't want a cone.
Well, then I'm taking both of them. I finished my snooshie.
Okay. All of them?
All but one.
Okay.
But that's because it was touching the
I know, you don't like this.
untasty
Hold
stuff.
on, put this back in the freezer, darling.
No, that's your job.
No, baby, this is gonna melt. You're not gonna have them any longer.
You put it in the freezer.
No, it's gonna melt, and I'm gonna throw it away, and I have no problem with
Stand
that.
up, walk your tushy over here, and put it in.
Only if you try to help me figure. I gotta put this back in the freezer, guys. Mother duty's call. Only if you can help me, please figure out how I can change the name of the live stream, honey. Happy, Pappy? Okay. Hold on. Oh, we're getting into the time of the day when it feels like I'm in a fishbowl. Hold on, guys. Let me close my window shades. I'll come right back momentarily. Okay, that's better. Okay, no fishbowl energy over here. Okay. Hello, greetings from Vancouver. Hello, Baldiv.
How do we do this?
I don't know. Swims, round number 3, typing now. MLMAO, green screen, or maybe we are seeing your aura.
Mom.
Yes, baby.
Could I stand there without being seen? Look at the thing and...
Stand where?
On that
On the other side of the plants? Yes.
This gives me a better view of the screen. Move your hand.
Nick, open a new tab maybe and see if you can go to the edit page in your studio, Faye. Open a new tab, but that I'm gonna have to actually get out of here to do that, I think.
Mom.
What, baby?
I have YouTube Studio. You can do it from.
Can you bring it? Okay. Swims. Why does the new FBI director Kash Patel always have crazy? I have a better question. Didn't Kash seem to be like 17 friendly? And now he's all like, no. I know this from your video, Nick. That he's saying, wait, I think it was your video, right? Where he's saying like, no, we don't have any credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking anybody. I'm sorry, what now? Okay, hold on. Oh, well, we already got new 4 subscribers. That's pretty awesome. Okay, let's see if we can change alive. No, because it's not showing this one. Hold on a second, guys. I might actually have to go into YouTube and not YouTube. Do we have YouTube on here already? Oh.
Mom.
What?
Go to youtube.com and then sign in or something.
I do it with the email. Does anybody know what your email passwords are? Because I sure as hell do not. Okay, I don't think this is going to happen. Live and learn.
Mom, what's the current title?
September, Eclipse, Energy, Charlie Kirk, and I forgot what else. And Charlie Kirk should have been the lead. Because I think people are looking and they're like, Eclipse Energy? Who the fuck cares about that? Yes, Nicole, he said walk your tushy. That's my child. Swims. Is Kash Patel psychic? I have a theory. You don't get high on government public jobs like that unless you got some sort of highly valuable psychic gift. The FBI stays recruiting psychics. That's a very interesting theory. He's got some gifts. I wouldn't say that he's like highly gifted. He's actually being shown to me as having like extreme common sense, which, believe it or not, is apparently some sort of gift and or ability. Because, and also he's being shown to me he's not a fool. No one can pull the wool over his eyes. He's savvy. And I would also say he's very sensitive to energy. So he's clairsentient for sure. I would also say that he's an empath for sure. But I don't know, like him saying like, oh no, we don't have any credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked anybody. What? He was like 17 friendly. Did he just fucking go back to sleep? Did he like hit his head and like he's having temporary amnesia? Make it make sense. Nick, oh yeah, duh, my bad. You're right. Maybe from a computer. Oh. I could try it. I think it's kind of rude to just like ignore you guys so I can try to change the name. I don't know. Yeah, Nick, yeah, that shit was crazy. Swims, is Kash Patel being hosted by an entity, which is why his eyes are... No. I don't see that about him. Swim, LMAO at extreme common sense. It's sad that is considered a gift. Honestly though. Hello, fam. Nicole, was he bought? Well, I'm going to say that it appears as if he has been bought, but this is going to go back to what I had said about Donald Trump's energy being a lot lower right now. Different scriptwriter. So anyone that's at that high level, they're owned and operated, right? They're reading from a script. Who's the scriptwriter? That's all we really want to know about. Is it a high vibe scriptwriter? Is it team high vibe or is it team dark side? Are they reading a script from the Cabal or are they reading a script from team high vibe? So the way in which we're going to experience them entirely depends on who the scriptwriter is, because they're all reading from a script. So at this point, what's been shown to me is, again, it's going to get overt and it's going to get ugly because they're just trying to wake up as many people as possible. But that's why it also appears as if it is so, like, Candace Owens is saying, like, and here's the, I like Candace, guys, I do. This is not, I'm not being critical of Candace by saying this. But, because for all we know, Candace really is like a secret subscriber to this channel, right? Because there's shit I've said 2 years ago that she's sharing now, so it's like, but okay. What Candace doesn't yet know, and I don't know if she's ever going to know it, is there is a team high vibe. Because right now, she is stuck in the fact that there's a cabal, and that everyone is owned and operated, and everybody is an actor of some kind. She hasn't yet figured out that there's a difference. So hi Candace, if you're secretly watching me, there's team high vibe. They're still dismantling scripts. We might not like what the character arc is for what they're introducing for the actors on the world stage, but it is serving some sort of a purpose. So right now they're making it more and more and more overt that everybody is owned and operated in some way. But what Candace doesn't yet know, or maybe she now does know, is there's different script writers. So in the past there was the cabal. Now there's team high vibe. Everybody is still an actor. They're still reading their lines. We just might not like, being on the outside looking in, what they're writing for the characters in our favorite TV show, which happens to be The World right now. So what we are seeing is an expression of the fact that everybody at a certain level that high up is owned. Because Kash Patel said before he got into the White House, yeah, we're gonna investigate this and we're gonna hold them accountable. And now it's, oh no, there's nothing to see here. There's no credible evidence. They're just trying to wake everybody up, y'all. So no, he wasn't bought. Nicole Pip can do. He probably can, by the way. Iron, holy crap, you don't get too high positions by making honorable decisions. They all find their own interests outweigh those of everyone else, only caring about money, which equals power. Fam, I can't play music. That's gonna be very bad for the channel. Swim, so sad, Cash sold. No, it's not that he sold out. It's that he, at this time, is reading from the script, just like they all read from the script. But right now, they're just trying to wake people up by showing everybody that everybody, irrespective of what side they're on, irrespective of if you like them or not, they're all owned. So it's designed to wake people up. Nicole, that's exactly what I was thinking. Nick, what is your feeling about Tyler Robinson? Is he the same dude from The Roof? 1 second, I'll answer your question. Swims, does the cabal own the FBI? Yes, and I have a members exclusive video on the FBI and the CIA. I'm actually even going to say this. So not only, okay, let's go above the cabal. And by the way, Swims, if you haven't yet seen the video that I did on the Freemasons and the club, I highly recommend watching it. But hold on, I have a visual demonstration for y'all. I think it's this notebook. Hold on. It's this notebook or it's the other notebook? It's the other notebook, which happens to be right here. Okay, hold on. This will be very appreciated momentarily. Hold on. There's a float here. Can you all see this? I don't have a Pokemon card collection, Jose, but my kid does, but I'm not breaking that out. So the bottom level is the club. Right above the club are the Freemasons. Above the Freemasons are the Cabal. So the Cabal is not even the highest tier. Above the Cabal are the 13 bloodline families. And above the 13 bloodline families is Satan, because the 13 bloodline families are the progeny of Satan. So the orders are disseminated from the top down. So the origin of the FBI and the CIA actually is tied to the Mossad. Because what was shown to me is that the Mossad, our understanding is it's like the equivalent of the Israeli intelligence. But what was shown to me about the Mossad is it's actually the personal security system of the Rothschilds, which makes sense because the Rothschilds were a huge integral part of the establishment of the State of Israel. They pumped, like at this point, probably billions of dollars into the establishment of the State of Israel. So the Israeli intelligence, i.e. the Mossad, actually controls all of the intelligence agencies globally. So not just the FBI and the CIA, but MI6, the Canadian Intelligence Agency, the Australian Intelligence Agency, they're all owned by Mossad. So it actually doesn't come from the Cabal, it comes from the 13 bloodline families because the Rothschilds are one of the 13 bloodline families. Great question. I don't know all the... Here's the thing, you're actually not going to... That's a great question, Nick. They're so high up, they don't want us to know the names. So I know for a fact the Rothschilds are one of them because I've specifically... actually, Nick, this is for you. I specifically looked into it. I'm inverting it for you. I have specifically have looked into the Rothschilds, and they were shown to me as being one of the 13 bloodline families. There's I don't know the name of the families. There's an Italian family. There's I don't know if it's a Chinese or Japanese family, but there's definitely in East Asia. There's a family over there as well. That's 3. And the other families were never actually, in fact, even shown to me because they're so high up, they don't want us to know who they are. They're so high up, they don't need us to know who they are because they basically rule the world. And by the way, if anybody is like, specifically. So if anyone's like, that's not true, the 13 bloodline families aren't real, riddle me this, Batman. If they're not real, then why is there an article linked to the CIA's website about the 13 bloodline families? You can literally Google it. If anybody has another device, you can Google it. There is an article that links to the CIA's website that's all about the bloodline families. So if it's not real, why is it connected to the CIA, pray tell? Here we go. Swims. Does Trump still get scripts to read, or is he pretty much allowed? He was more allowed to do his own thing at the first time around, not so much this time around, and that's why his energy is a little bit suppressed right now. Is he allowed to go around causing chaos however he wants? No. He varied on the script in the 2015 election with what he said, but not what he did. He always did what he was told to do, but he definitely... like imagine a what do they call them? The actors that they make things up on the fly. That was Trump during 2015. Like he was taking liberties with the terminology that they wanted him to use, but he always did what he was told. He seems like he likes making any man. He seems like he making anyone mad and doesn't care who they are. Well, because on a soul level, it was shown to me that he came here to be a disruptor. And he knows how to disrupt because it's what his soul came here to do. Swims, do you think Charlie Kirk changed his mind and went off script and the people up top wanted to make an example of how brutal they will be if you dare to test them? Well, I know that's a lot of theories that are going around right now, and a lot of people are saying it's that Israel took him out because he suddenly wasn't being so supportive of Israel and he wasn't being so Israeli friendly any longer. So again, what was shown to me is he was being critical of Benjamin Netanyahu, but not the state of Israel and not Jewish people either. Here we go, hemming at the truth. I can't orchestrate this, guys. I can't like suddenly start to go hoarse. I'm not a ventriloquist. I can't make my voice do that. I was losing my voice exactly at that moment because my body, again, was resonating with the truth of what I was saying, which is why my body really wanted to drive the point home by losing my voice, so I have to stop and clear my voice and start all over again. But he was starting to wake up to the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu is owned, and that Benjamin Netanyahu is an actor just like everybody that's a world leader somewhere is owned and operated. So he was becoming disillusioned with Bibi, and not necessarily the state of Israel, but more like the Israeli government. But I was never, and then I was hearing all these crazy things. People are like, well, he's an anti-Semite. Again, this is going to go back to why? Because he's criticizing a world leader in another country? That's not how it works. Villain. Yeah, time to get Pacific. Nick, I wouldn't either. M. Woodsy, you are right. I agree with you. Thank you. I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying any longer. Yes, it is all a simulation we live in. Yes. The only difference between us and the movie The Matrix is we're not hooked up to something in our neck that's siphoning our life force energy off of us. Everything else is the same pretty much. Swims, if the Rothschilds found out I was a long-lost relative of theirs, would they pop up and give me a mansion and give me riches because I'm part of their bloodline? Do those bloodlines make you automatically rich? No. And first of all, they would never, they don't leave any room for like long-lost relatives. They want to keep the bloodline pure, okay? Just like what were we told about like the monarchs, right? Until like Harry was allowed to marry Meghan Markle, right? So it's like, well, you're not allowed to marry a divorcee, right? They have all these rules, and you had to marry like somebody that's like of royalty because they wanted to keep the bloodline pure. That was a tell, because the higher up you are, they want to keep the bloodline pure. But by the way, monarchs are below the 13 bloodline families. The monarchs are not the highest. The 13 bloodline families are. So they want to keep the blood of the 13 bloodline families as pure as they can because they're the progeny of Satan. So ain't no long-lost relatives going to be popping up somewhere. And even if there was, they're never going to acknowledge that person. They keep it in the family, so to say. Bugums, I love your hair. Thank you. Tiffany, there is a bloodlines of Illuminati attached to their website. There you go. Nick, definitely looking for that now that you have me so curious. Yep. I find some crazy fucking shit. I mean, literally, I'm shown crazy fucking shit by. How did I know to do that? So I'm gonna have to re-record it, guys. I'm sorry. I recorded a video on DB Cooper and I'm not satisfied with it, so I have to re-record it. Fuck me. But sometimes when I'm in meditation, my guides will, or I'm in a channeling session, they'll literally kick me the fuck out and they'll tell me to go do something. I have very bossy guides. So when I was channeling DB Cooper, and I even talk about this in the video that I'm gonna have to re-record, they kicked me out and they said, go do research and connect the dots. And I was like, you're giving me nothing. Would you go do research where? Like, what should I focus on? Just go do research. How did I know that there was an article on the CIA's website about the 13 bloodline families? My guides told me. They said, Google it. I was like, Google what? They're like, Google the 13 bloodline families. I was like, you're giving me nothing. And then, because I listened to them, I was like, they're giving me everything. It is connected. It is on the website. Yes, it is absolutely wild. Hello, Jada, my darling. Have you connected with Charlie Kirk spiritually? Can you do a video just on him and how many unalivers are there? So here's the thing. I was sharing this at the top of the video. When somebody is newly crossed over out of respect for their soul and the change in circumstances, I typically will not look into I will not attempt to channel them for at least a month. But I did look into the energy around him, and that's what I had spoken about in the last week's live stream. But I typically will not try to make contact with a newly crossed over soul. Anwar Subi, hello there, greetings from, hello, my new friend in Iraq. Nick, except Alphantis, LOL. Yeah, I can't say what you just wrote, the hashtag, but yes. Jada Love, is Candace Owens, is Candace Owens on the right track, Israel and Charlie Kirk, if you know what I mean? Already spoke about it a few minutes ago. I'm going to recommend watching the replay. We're not that long into it. We're less than 2 hours in, but I've spoken about it ad nauseum already. Nicole, that's wild that Google does it, because there are laws of karmic retribution. They have to let us know what they're doing. So they can't hide everything. They have to put some things out there to satisfy the laws of karmic retribution. Steve, Alphantis is as crooked as a... I love that, Steve. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of shady shit going on in the world right now. But Jada, to give you a very, very brief answer, there's no fucking way I can make this a brief answer. I'm just gonna have to end up like going back through and like discussing it all over again. The brief answer is there are people that hide behind a Jewish name, and they do that because they can always say, if you're critical of their behavior, that you're an anti-Semite, right? So it's basically misdirection. You can't call me out. You're not allowed to notice the bad things that I'm doing, because if you do, it makes you an anti-Semite, even though that's not the way anti-Semitism works, but okay. So the connections that she's making is, and what a lot of people have been saying is, that Charlie Kirk was waking up to the fact that Bibi Netanyahu is an actor just like all world leaders are. And he was becoming critical of the Israeli government, not the state of Israel, not the people of Israel, because just like we don't know what our government is up to, right? And we're not complicit in their machinations. It needs to be said, the people of Israel, they're useful idiots to the government, just like we're all useful idiots to our own personal government. So this is not about Israel, it's not about the people that live there. He was becoming disillusioned with the Israeli government, and I have a feeling it's because he found out that Bibi Netanyahu gave a stand-down order on October 7th. So in case you guys don't know yet, it's been shown to me, and this is, again, this can't make me an anti-Semite because I'm Jewish, but there's going to be someone who's going to be like, you're an anti-Semite. Okay, how does that work exactly? What was shown to me is that Bibi Netanyahu is working directly with Hamas. Bibi Netanyahu with Hamas orchestrated the events on October 7th and had given a stand-down order to allow what had happened to happen on October 7th. So I think that's what Charlie Kirk was getting savvy to. And they don't like it when we start to wake up. So you can do with that what you will. Let me catch up on comments. Samreem, hi. When will Cameron Ali marry me, and when will our no contact situation turn into contact? It sounds like there's some history there, Samreen, and that's not something I want to dive into right now, because it sounds like it's just cuz. Jada, can you do a video on Bill Ackman? I can add him to the list, certainly. Unicorn mullet. Nah. Okay, nah. I caught up on comments again, so please flood me with questions or comments or things that you want me to look into. Hold on, I think Nick asked me a question and I don't think that I answered it, but I don't remember what it was. You asked me about the 13 bloodline families, and you asked me something else. Don't recall. Can you remind me what you had asked me? And by the way, thank you, Steve. Steve, you are an amazing moderator, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you for keeping the chat high vibe for me and the rest of the chat as well. Should we talk more about this? about it, but a lot of the questions that you might have about this is going to be answered in the video that I had done on the Freemasons and the club. Well, let me see if I have other illustrations in here of things that I can talk to you about. Hi, Ajira. Do we want to talk about this? Earth shape. Hi, Samaya, honey. Hi, Faye and Solar Flow family. It's been a while since I've been able to join a live. Popping in to say hi and sending you right back at you. Hello, Lisa, my darling. Swims, are the 13 bloodline families the original seed of Satan or just Draco aliens who are planet destroyers? No, the Draco aliens are literally they're literally ETs. They're not from Satan. Simone, yeah, let's talk about Earth shape. Okay, so I have a visual representation here. This is what was shown to me about Earth shape. So this is Earth. It's kind of like, imagine the shape of a sunny side up egg. So you know when you crack an egg into a pot and you're frying it, the yolk is slightly raised, and then the white part of it is like spreads out around it. So the southern hemisphere was shown to me as being, if you will, like the white part of the egg. It spreads out, but Earth is actually flat. But here's the thing, it's not flat, right? It actually is a dome, but it's also flat on the bottom. Literally exactly the way your egg is when you're frying it. But the yolk stands up. So the yolk of the egg, so to say, is the northern hemisphere, and the white part of the egg that spreads out around it is the southern hemisphere. And yes, we have a firmament as well. That is literally true, because even though I tell you guys that all religions have been corrupted and most of the religious texts are, they keep some truths that are in there. And the bit about the firmament is an actual truth. Ajira, Earth shapes, yes. I know you mentioned in the past, if we go deep enough in the ocean, we come out to space. Yep. It was shown to me as like being a circle. It's the universe is circular. Lisa Sims, what the heck was the singer D4VD mindset when he did the horrible thing that he just, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, love. The horrible thing he just did, the child that was with him, he is 20 years old, so he is not a child, he is an adult. It is, I don't know what happens, honey. Do you wanna clue me in? Steve, so the egg did come first. Yep, sad day for chickens, sorry. Ajira, at Lisa, that was my next question. You guys are gonna have to fill me in on it. Now, another interesting thing is you might then be wondering, okay, Faye, so if there's a firmament, how did we get to other planets? Portals, y'all, portals. Because you can't break through the firmament. Can't break through it. So the way that they're actually this I spoke in, and if you're not a member, you guys are not going to know this, but I actually have a video where I have spoken about this, which is Earth shape and NASA's true meaning and purpose and intention. And there are literally portals, and that's how they can access other planets. Swims, are you able to channel aliens? Like check the energy somewhere in the Orion? Sometimes. I actually have a extraterrestrial contact. I don't know what part of the solar system he's from, but if I have questions, I can ask them to him or of him. David is allegedly under investigation for unaliving a 15-year-old girl he was dating. Okay. Pause there. Before we even, I'm not making light of the fact that he allegedly had unalived somebody. Why is a 20-year-old dating a 15-year-old? That's gross. I don't care if it's illegal in the state that he is in. That's fucking nasty. Now, I'm not saying a 5-year difference is insurmountable, but I'm saying a 5-year difference between a 15-year-old and a 20-year-old is different than a 30-year-old and a 25-year-old. Trey, I heard they are going to switch our banking system over to something new October 1st. Can you get any energy on that? I've been hearing this for a while, Trey, but so there's a segment that I had done on I think the quantum financial, and basically what was shown to me, so there is going to be a transfer of service, one could say, to a high vibe banking system. I don't know if I would say it's going to happen in October, because I think the old Capricornian systems, which include the banking system, have to come down first. It has not come down yet. So I don't know that they're going to implement a high vibe new banking system until the old systems come down. So I have seen that it's going to happen. I'm not convinced it's going to happen October 1st, though. Swims, do you think it could possibly be true that Mars is like 10 super highly spiritual advanced planets with advanced so it has been shown to me that Mars has been inhabited for hundreds of years already. Literally hundreds. Like at least 200 years, since I would say like the I would say just under 200 years. I would say since like the 1850s, Mars has been inhabited. But I've never been shown that it's actually 10 planets. It's been shown to me as one planet, but there are souls on it. Nicole E.T., that is so cool. I don't talk to him very often, but I talk to my guides much more frequently. But every time I'm like, are you there? He's like, yeah, I'm here. Tiffany, he also made songs about it too, apparently. That's creepy. Steve, ooh, is the banking even project? No, I don't know what Project Odin is, but I've looked. You asked me to look into Odin, Steve, and he came up in a video that I'm going to record soon, but I'm not going to tell you what, because that's going to take away from the surprise. Swims, they say the little girl, I like that you're calling her a little girl, because that's correct. At 15, she is still very much a little girl. They say the little girl ran away to him a few times since she was about 12. Horrible. It sounds like he was grooming her. Here, sending love from Scotland. Hello back to Scotland. Lisa Sims, he wrote a song a few years ago. Basically, it was a confession, but no one knew it at the time, unfortunately. It just sounds like he was satisfying the laws of karmic retribution. Yes, Ajira. Yes, he was grooming her since she was 12. Yep. Swims, I think it was a Hollywood Hills ritual sacrifice. She was unalived over a year. So last time she was seen, she was 14, but still with a grown man. Yeah. Lisa Sims, like, was he high on some kind of... Okay, so this is not unique to him. I'm going to share, anytime you're going to see a very, very big, it doesn't even have to be big, but a notable age gap, right? Again, 15 to 20 is a bigger 5-year age gap than like 35 to 40. So anytime you're going to see a notable age difference like that, the older person is underdeveloped in their own sense of self. And they're not fully empowered, usually due to trauma. So what they will end up doing, if they have not done shadow work and gotten over the trauma, they want to date somebody that is younger than them, or immature, or less mature, so that way they can control that person. So already this is giving you insight into the kind of person that this is. This is a person that values having control over his partner. So not a meaningful, loving relationship, not where two equals come together, but somebody that is easy for him to control. What happens is when these people that want a partner that's easy to control, when the partner is not so easy to control, or as HD Tudor would say, their appliance is broken, they don't see the person as a person, they see them as an appliance. So they throw them out. The degree in which he is underdeveloped is going to dictate the way in which he's going to respond when his appliance is no longer working to his level of expectations. For them to unalive their appliance means they're rather underdeveloped. So he's a rather underdeveloped person. That tells you, the fact alone that he wants to be with somebody that's easy to control is an indication that he doesn't want to be with a fully empowered person, because a fully empowered person is going to be a threat to his control. That tells you everything you need to know about him as a person. So no, he was not on drugs at the time. He has a different value set than other people do. He doesn't value being with a fully empowered person. He wants to be with a disempowered person that he can control. And then the control actually serves as a drug to him. Nicole, I just read an article about a Far East country and their digital banking being something that is looking to be implemented in the near future. I would say that's probably a drip. You know, a drip of a reveal. Hello, Project 25 Honey. Swims, typo. I meant to say Mars is a high dimension, like 10D place, dimensions for advanced souls. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Well, the energy, here's the thing. Anything that's in one of the is it 8 or 9? I get confused because which one was demoted? Was it Pluto? Pluto was demoted, right? So we went from having 9 major planets to 8 major planets, okay? Any of the major planets or asteroids or anything, it's going to have a dense 3D energy because it's a literal physical planet in our solar system. Anything that is here, Earth is definitely the most dense energy, but anything that's in our solar system is a heavy, dense 3D energy. So I don't know that I would say that it's actually like a 10D high dimension. Like it could be a high vibe planet, but it is still going to be a heavy, dense 3D planet nonetheless. Nick, who are the families which you answered? And Elephantus, who was a possible bastard child of the Rothschild family with his comet ping pong. Oh, got you. Okay, so you want to know if Elephantus, what his connection is to the Rothschilds? Well, I'm actually being shown that he's connected to Hitler somehow, and I don't know how or why, but he's connected to Hitler. Is he directly, literally connected to the Rothschilds? I'm getting mixed things right now, and I might, let me stay in the energy for a minute longer. I might be getting mixed energy because I got Hitler and I'm focused on Hitler right now, and he has a different name. 1 second, let me stay with this for a minute and see what's trying to come in. I'm being told he's a designer baby of some kind. He was created, not literally in a lab, he was created with the intention of these low, almost like imagine what I had shared with you guys about Anderson Cooper. Low vibe shit was done to him when he was younger. It's with the intention of severing like his own internal mental processes and allowing, so okay, it's coming together now. High levels of MK Ultra were done on him. High levels. So how do they do that? They introduce some level of trauma in the young formative years of that person. And then once they've created a sever in that person's identity, they're really easy to do MK Ultra mind control on. So high levels of MK Ultra were done onto him. I'm still getting that there is some sort of Hitler connection here. And I'm being told there's a connection to the CIA as well. So maybe there is some sort of Rothschild connection because again, Rothschild did set up the CIA vis-a-vis the Mossad. I don't know if he's literally related to them, but there's an energetic relation for sure. That is very clear to me. And yeah, he's connected to Hitler. Lisa, and high levels of MK Ultra mind control. Lisa, I agree, Faye. That's why I'm wondering his mindset because I am truly disturbed by it. I'm glad to hear that you're disturbed by it because it's disturbing. Steve, who can make portals? They're naturally occurring. Nobody needs to make them. They naturally occur in high vibe locations that have been untouched by modern advancements. So that's why there's so many portals in deserts, or certainly deserts that have been untouched by man. Like now, if you've seen the video that I did in Las Vegas, the place is a fucking shit show because they changed the ley line energy with all of the casinos that are there. So that changed the energy of the place and the entities that are crossing in. Nobody actually makes them, they naturally occur. Project 25, are you talking about the singer? Yes, we are speaking about the singer David, yes. Jaswinder Wander, hello from Punjab, India, hello. Project 25, if so, did he pledge Celeste? Who's Celeste? Ajira, at Project 25, that's what I was thinking. Swims, if the girl hadn't been on... Oh, are you asking if David unalived this girl? No. He has a different value set. He wants somebody that's easy to control. He probably unalived her. My opinion. You can't be too careful now. Swims, if the girl hadn't been unalived over a year ago, she would have been 15 today. She never lived to see her 15th birthday. The media keeps trying to stretch the truth. She was a baby, yes. Project 25, Adajira, sounds like it. Hello, Ashley, my darling. Hello from San Francisco. Lisa Sims, I understand we all have soul contracts, so was it in her soul contract for that to happen? If so, that is horrible. So soul contracts are a karmic rebalancing. We don't know what her last life, we don't know what past lives she had with him. There could have been a past life where she was the aggressor. Anytime you see something like this, it's a energetic and karmic rebalancing. Just look at it that like through that lens, and it's not so horrible then. Because as I shared with you guys, the universe is always seeking balance, and us being part of it, we're also always seeking balance. Steve, yeah, Hitler. Swims, when they auction serial unaliver property off online, like Jeffrey Dahmer's, like Jeffrey Dahmer's silverware, clothes, etc., does that item go to the seller with heavy... Oh, great question. Does it go to the seller with heavy evil energy attached, like evil spirits? Will they spread? Great question. So it's a little bit more subtle. So it's more like energy tags. And the way that I compare energy tags to is like toilet paper on the bottom of your shoe that you don't know is there. So imagine you went to a public restroom, you leave, and you have toilet paper stuck to the bottom of your shoe, but you don't know that it's there. But you don't go home straight away. Let's say you just got off an airplane, so you use the bathroom in an airport. Then you go down to baggage claim, then you hop in a cab. So your toilet paper has been around a lot of other people's energy, but you don't know that it's attached to the bottom of your shoe. Then you get home, and you walk around your home and you unpack, and then you take off your shoes and you're like, fuck, there's toilet paper on the bottom of my shoe. And it's disgusting and it's dirty because you've been traipsing all around fucking town with it attached to the bottom of your shoe. It's an energy tag. So energy tags work exactly the same way. They're a lot more subtle, but they definitely do exist. A few places that actually hold the most amount of energy, your hair, which is why I always say, if you can, even if you don't shampoo your hair every day, at least make sure when you shower at the end of the day to wet your hair, because your hair holds on to energy tags like crazy. So do our clothing. So if you ever want to donate your clothing to somebody else, or if you want to, to Goodwill or whatever the fuck, or give it to a friend, make sure that you wash it first. Because otherwise you're giving them energy tags and they don't know that the energy tags are there. But in a way you're leaving a subtle energetic imprint of yourself left behind. Now that's going to be the same thing with Jeffrey Dahmer's clothing. It has energy tags on it. His silverware. Do we know if that's the silverware he used when he was consuming like the people that he had unalived? Because think about the energy tags that are attached to it. We can't see it, but there are energy tags that are there. But I'm not going to say that they're demonic. I'm just going to say that there's a strong presence of energy tags. And yes, the people are bringing that home with them, absolutely. Steve, can we look into Jeff Berwick and how he's so aware and honest about the plots of the cabal, usually way ahead of others? Well, his crown chakra is blown wide open. So I think he gets a lot of downloads, and I'm going to actually say that he's probably gotten downloads for years, and he's only now starting to trust them. Swim. Celeste Rivez Hernandez, I think, was the 14-year-old on. Yes, okay, that makes sense. Project Faye, if you have Pluto in the 3rd house, does that mean you are. I was actually just talking about this with my Telegram chat the other day. I have Saturn in my 3rd house. Fuck that shit. I was talking to Nick about that also. You know what? Being a YouTuber and having Saturn in your 3rd house is just fucking obnoxious. But no, so look at it this way. Pluto is the planet of metaphorical death, destruction, but also a rebuilding and a rebirth. So take that energy and apply it to the 3rd house. Your 3rd house is your neighborhood. It's your family. It's your direct family. It's not like extended family. It's communication. It's your education. So not higher education, but more like elementary, high school kind of education. So you could look at it more like you've had a lot of dismantling in the beliefs that you have that pertain to, or it could also even be like moving. Maybe you move a lot because Pluto in the 3rd house. Maybe you're moving from different neighborhoods and different, not abroad, that would be like 9th house. But maybe you're moving a lot like in one area or in one city, or you're moving a lot in one state. So it's a dismantling so you can be rebuilt in a way that is more highly aligned for yourself. So could it possibly manifest as a black sheep? Yes, but here's also the thing. Our identity is not, is fluid. We don't get stuck in one place. And having a label like black sheep would indicate no expansion, no change, no Plutonian energy. So I would more say it's constantly reinventing the way in which the people in your direct family would view you. Could they view you as a black sheep? Yes, certainly, sure. But I wouldn't specifically say Pluto in the 3rd house would automatically make somebody a black sheep. But Ashley, honey, if you are still here, please weigh in on it, because Ashley is an incredibly talented astrologer, and I would love to get her take on it. Project 25, it seems that way with family. Hello, Lucky, my darling. I'm glad you caught us, sweetheart. Lisa, can you look into James Talarico, a Texas politician and pastor? Is he in danger for coming out and telling the truth? He has been speaking about what you have been talking about. He is trying, it's actually being shown to me he's controlled opposition, Lisa. So I don't think he's going to be taken out unless he gets cheeky with the club. Steve, can we look into Dan Dix from Press for Truth? He seems to be the most reliable and consistently correct high vibe reporter in Canada and is always on point. What drives him? Oh, honey, thank you so much, Lucky Hun. Dan Dix. So what's being shown to me about Dan Dix is he had a dark night of the soul, and he had a personal awakening. So and also similar to the new Prime Minister of Canada, he's being shown to me as being very aware, and he's seeing how much he could press his luck while being able to get away with it. So that's what's being shown to me about him. Nicole, the sick part is that people want to buy it. Thank you so much, Lucky. I appreciate you. Ajira, at Project 25, I have both Pluto and... oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, Ajira, I am so sorry. Oh, my God. Okay, that's obnoxious. I'm sorry, Ajira. You're not obnoxious. That Saturn and Pluto are in your 3rd house is obnoxious. So astrocartography, I have Plato? Okay, I'm combining the two of them. I have Pluto and Saturn running over the entire east coast of the United States. That's why I can't fucking stand the energy on the east coast. It's so heavy and dense and oppressive to me. Cannot fucking stand it. So I actually have a little understanding in the way that you feel, Ajira. I am sending you massive amounts of love and support and high vibes, honey, because that is not fun energy to play with. I am sorry, honey. Lisa, okay, I was wondering about him and if he can be trusted. It seems all politicians are they're all just reading from a different script. Look at it, because again, they don't want any outliers to slip in. So the higher up a politician is, the more they have to make sure that they're owned and operated. Swims, I dye my hair sometimes. Is it true chemical hair? I certainly hope not. No, I don't think it's true because I bleach my hair once a month and my third eye seems to be doing just fine. But let me finish reading your comment. I dye my hair sometimes. Is it true chemical hair products damage your third eye or crown chakra? I'm gonna dye it anyways, but maybe I need to repair that area spiritually after. No, honey, just meditate. Just meditate. That's it. That's all you need to, literally that's all you need to do. The amount of, the way that I bleach my hair, my third eye should be decalcified to the point of no return. Just meditate. That's all you need to do, love. Steve, yay lucky. Ajira, thank you. I'm sorry, hun. I mean, I thought I had it bad. No. There's always somebody, I mean, it's perspective, right? I mean, maybe you're also more used to dealing with that energy, though. I don't know. Lisa Sims, I have Pluto and Saturn in my 5th house, which means I tend to be a party ruiner. Or one could say you're breaking down the vibes to recreate them. I mean, I can always find the silver lining in anything. But also, Lisa said that the 5th house also relates to relationships and like romantic partnerships and like the things that we do for fun. So it's not just about like party ruining. Swims at Nicole, yes, I agree. It's creepy. People want that. It is kind of creepy. Guys, we can talk all about like our placements and what placement we dislike the most. I'm down for that, guys. I am down for it. If you guys want to go there, we can. I mean, that's part of. We got a fucking eclipse in 2 days. We can definitely go there. We're hemorrhaging people. Where's everybody going? We only have 10 people left in here right now. That's a microaggression. If you leave the chat, you're a microaggressor. Swims, do you like Vedic ancient Indian astrology? I heard it's more accurate. I'm going to tell you my experience, Swims. According to Vedic astrology, I would be Saturn, Sun. I'm sorry. No, what am I saying? I am. No, I'm sorry. I completely fucked that up. Let's rewind. According to Vedic astrology, I would be Sagittarius Sun. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm just not. I am a Capricorn Sun. My work ethic is completely Capricornian. So in my eyes, it does not resonate with me, and not even a little bit. But I can only share my own personal experience about that. Lucky, let's go there. Let's do it. Victoria, hello. Ajira, what are your thoughts about Venus in 12th house? I have it in Cancer. Okay. Beautiful, rich inner life. Beautiful. But beautiful, because that's what Venus is. It beautifies everything. So imagine you have like a secret garden inside of yourself. That's beautiful energy, Ajira. I think that completely offsets the energy that you have going on in your 3rd house. Victoria, randomly stumbled on your live, no idea what's going on, but instantly love your energy. You are in the right place then, because this is a channel where we talk about energy and we deal with energy all the time. So Victoria, I definitely invite you to stick around and stay. I think you'll like being here. I'm biased, but I think you'll like being here. And this is in my humblest of opinions, like the best chat and community on the entire YouTube. Tied with Beyond the Veil and Sobering Stories community. Lisa Sims, I don't like that I have Venus opposing Uranus, which is really difficult and challenging placement, which is also about love and relationships. Venus in the 12th house and Uranus in the 6th house. Again, beautiful, rich inner life and a secret garden, Lisa. But yeah, Uranus in the 6th house, that could really shake up like your work and your routine and things like that. But again, you can always just withdraw back into yourself in your beautiful secret garden in your 12th house, and all will be right as rain. Lisa, my Venus is Gemini and Uranus in Sagittarius. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Swims, is it really possible that 12 zodiac signs could be very revealing of 7 billion people? So that's a good question. That's why, to me, the sun signs are as basic bitch astrology gets. Because no, and our sun sign is one piece in a pie that has 12 other pieces. It tells us 1/12, but even I would say less than that. It tells us like a tenth about a person. So no, it cannot be applicable to every single person on the planet. But also, what house is your sun in? Because you could have people that are born on the same day, different years. The sun is in a different house, and they're going to be completely different anyway. And off of that one element alone. So no, sun signs is like as basic bitch as you can get, because then the more you start to learn about it, the more you're like, whoa, there's the big threes, okay. But then you start to learn about the different houses and what's in the house and all the aspects and holy fucking bananas. The more you learn about astrology, the more you realize you knew next to nothing with everything that you knew that had come before what you're learning at that moment. Nick, boys are from Jupiter because they're more stupider, and girls are from Mars where we eat candy bars. Excellent. I wish I had a prize to give you. Victoria, haha, I'm happy to be here. It's resonating. I'm so happy to hear that, Victoria. Victoria, okay, so I have no Earth in my chart besides North Node Virgo. Could you explain to me how you interpret that? Okay, great question.
I just hit a shot from the logo. Mom, you still on?
Yeah, baby.
That's great. I just hit a shot from the logo in 2K25.
Oh, that's amazing, honey.
In the Rising Stars game, my career.
So what's coming in a case like this, when somebody has no Earth in their chart, is a sense of feeling ungrounded. Almost like you could get swept away with the wind, a feeling of being unanchored. So maybe, I'm gonna guess, maybe do you fly by the seat of your pants a little bit? Or one could say you have like ants in your pants. I get a sense that you maybe have like a lot of Earth in your chart. I'm sorry, a lot of air in your chart. Because that's kind of what's coming in right now, where I'm getting this sense of like flying off the seat of your pants, ants in your pants, like very jumping from one thing to another thing, but also like a very lively mind, very, very lively mind. So something that might actually help you create more balance in your life are like almost grounding rituals. So maybe have like a standing date with yourself. Every Tuesday night you take like a salt bath. Or every Wednesday at lunch you go outside and you take your shoes off and you ground in the earth. Having like a routine and something that actually is going to anchor your energy down to earth maybe is going to create more balance for you. Now, another thing that might help, although maybe you also would end up killing a lot of plants, but having earth elements in your space, like plants, might actually help ground you as well. But if you're a little bit too flighty to actually take care of plants, that's going to cause guilt, and I maybe wouldn't recommend that in your particular case. But another thing that is being shown to me is having some sort of a, you know, like they have those things like on desks where it's like a, not a noise machine, like a running water thingy, right? Maybe even having something like that, because water runs through earth. So water is a very complementary energy in accordance with earth. They kind of go like hand in hand. So maybe surrounding yourself with water elements is also going to help bring you down a little bit more into your body. But that's what's being shown to me about you. And specifically about anybody that does not have earth in their chart. Lucky, I have a yod in my chart. What does that mean? So a yod is said to be the hand of God. So it's somebody that comes into this life with some sort of a divine mission or a divine purpose. What I want to know from you, Lucky, is what is anchoring the yod? So a yod is like a kite, okay? So what's the point? What's the bottommost point? What house is it in? That's going to tell you what the focus is. And then what are the other two corresponding anchoring points, as in what is anchoring the yod into the other portions of your chart? But in general, a yod means some sort of a divine mission or purpose. Same for you, Lisa. Lucky, and a stellium in Scorpio in that I know about you. In my 11th house, and a stellium in Sagittarius in my 10th house. So very, very strong emphasis for you on. So 11th house is, it's considered to be a lucky house, which is no coincidence that your handle is lucky. But it's a very lucky house, but it's also an emphasis on groups and organizations that you belong to. So lucky, you're really somebody that's going to thrive more when you expand your energy out into the world, and you might be restricting the energy if you're a little bit of a loner, because you're really going to experience in expansion in your sense of self and your sense of identity, and yes, even your fortuitous energy, if you're part of groups and organizations. So it could be something like this. It could be like a YouTube channel. It could be, I don't know, being involved in like your kids' PTA, doing bake sales, like joining like an art class in your community or something like that. That's the 11th house. 10th house is all about, it could be career, but it could also be like public reputation. It's the outermost part of ourself that the world in fact sees. So there's a large emphasis also on your sense of identity out in the world. Not personal identity, that would be 1st house. 10th house, personal identity and your personal expression out in the world. So there's a large focus and a concentration of the energy there. Now, again, it doesn't have to be career, but it's what do you want to be known for, because you can be known for something because you already have a large emphasis of the energy in that house. Okay, Lisa Swims, do you think it means anything if some people feel like sitting in the sun so it can shine on their scalp crown chakra? Is the spirit hungry for sunlight? Now that's a really good question, because I've actually compared the divine to the sun in the past, which is like, imagine someone is gardening and they're outside and the sun is shining on them. And they have a phone, and their phone has a solar charger. So just by the fact that they're out in nature just living their life, their phone is actually getting charged by the divine, by the sun. But if somebody goes down into the basement, they're going to have to plug their phone into an outlet to get it to charge. So it's a delineation between the divine energy and dark, demonic, one could say, basement-like energy. But again, in this case, I'm not talking literally about a basement. I'm talking about low vibe versus high vibe. So it could be that you're seeking to reinforce your own personal energy with the divine energy, because that's literally what the sun is. But I also wonder if you have very prominent, like, notable Leo placements, because Leo is ruled by the sun, and or what house is your sun in? Because that also might be an explanation for why you want to be out in the sun so much. Lisa, I have gotten chart readings done before, and I actually have 2 yods, one more prevalent than the other one, though. That's pretty wild. Lisa, I love learning about, yep, me too, swims. When you're out in public, like in the mall, do you also see spirits walking around and doing and saying stuff? I have to think about that. I would say I more can, because I'm also an empath and I'm very sensitive to other people's energy, I would say more highly attuned to what their own personal energy and vibration is. But I also have had to train myself to turn it off, because it can be very overwhelming. So I don't really anymore. I used to, but I've trained myself to turn it off, because otherwise I literally could do nothing. Like I couldn't go fucking grocery shopping because I would be overwhelmed by too much people energy, and I would see like their auras and everything. It was too much. So I actually have turned it off. Steve, LOL at running water thingy. I can't for the life of me remember what it was called. Swims. Ooh, I love those water thingies. They aren't that expensive either. I love you guys. So Brain Stories, can you explain the houses to me a little bit better? Like I'm first grader. I don't get houses or anything past the sun and the moon. I don't get rising. I need an adult. Yes. All right, this is going to be a sloppy ass drawing, but yes, I can. And we will all benefit from it. Okay, so there's 12 months. There's 12 zodiac signs. Okay, there's 12 houses. Each house represents a different energy. Okay, how am I going to try to break this? It's already uneven. Sorry. It's already uneven. I can't do anything about that. Okay, how many do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
They say if you let them go past 100.
All right, let me make sure that's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. It's a little uneven. You guys are going to have to deal with that because I just literally drew it on the fly. So the way that the zodiacal chart works is it runs counterclockwise and it starts what we would consider if we were looking at a clock. This might be reversed. I can't do anything about that. But it starts literally at what we would consider to be 9 o'clock. Again, if this is reversed, it's going to look like I'm pointing at a different time on the clock. But this is what it is, and this is what I'm trying to exhibit here. So there's 12 different houses. They all represent a different energy, okay? So first house is, imagine like a newborn coming out into the world. It's the ego. It's the sense of self. So house 1 is self. Your rising sign is always going to be in the first house. Always. Always. Your rising sign is always going to start here. Now the second house is earned income, but it's our earned income. So it's money that we earn, or it's not necessarily only money, it's also what do we value? What do we personally value? The third house, neighborhood, family, like direct family, like parents, brothers, sisters, and your neighborhood and lower education. So like anything up, I would say, to like high school would also be under the auspice of third house. But it's also communication. So I can't write all of that down. It's talking, it's neighborhood, it's family. Your fourth house is home. So this could be your birth family, but it could also literally be your home and your domain. But it's the most private part of yourself as well. Now, your fifth house is relationships. What do you do for fun? And basically that's it. Your sixth house is work. It's work, it's pets, it's your routine, it's what do you do on a daily basis. Your seventh house is relationships. It's one-on-one relationships, okay? Now, it's not necessarily only a romantic relationship. It's who do you have a one-on-one relationship with? Do you have a mentor? Because that would fall under the seventh house. Now, also notable, seventh house is opposite the first house. Because if the first house is about self, the seventh house is about your relationship with other people. That's the way the chart works. There's opposites. You're going to see that in a moment because eighth house, also money, but it's other people's money. So this would be, it could be like inheritances, it could be tax rebates, tax refunds, but the eighth house also rules. So you see how it's opposite second? Second is in earned income. Eighth house, which is opposite, is money that comes from other people, not your own work. But the eighth house is also a very karmic house. It rules life, birth, redeath. Again, it could be metaphorical. It's not necessarily where you're literally going to die. but it's a more karmic house because it could also touch upon like your past lives and your karmic lessons in this one particular lifetime. Ninth house is opposite third house, okay? So if your third house is basic bitch education, everything through high school, ninth house is higher education. So this would be college, master's degree, but also it could be literally expanding your mind because it could be about traveling abroad. Again, third, which is opposite the ninth house, is about your local community. Ninth house opposite, it's expansive, it's abroad, it's maybe studying abroad, it's going to live abroad, things like that. Now your 10th house, career, public reputation, what do you want to be known for out in the world? 11th house is groups and organizations. 12th house is your innermost world. So it's your private life, it's your private thoughts. So if you have a so-called stellium, that's where you have 3 or more planets in any one particular house. And that's going to be where there's a much stronger emphasis on the energy of that one particular house because there's a gaggle of people hanging out in it. So it's not going to be quiet, it's going to be noisy. But it's a different kind of noise because it's not people, it's the energy of different planets. Now, again, your rising sign is always going to be in your first house, but your sun can be in any of these houses. Your moon can be in any of these houses. Your sun is going to represent your vitality, and whatever house your sun is in is going to amplify the energy of that one particular house. So, for example, I have my sun in my 6th house. So I therefore take my work in the world to be very important and very personally meaningful to me. But if somebody has the sun in the 7th house, they're going to place a high amount of value and meaning and purpose on having one-on-one relationships with another person. Your moon is kind of like the 12th house. It's your innermost world. So it's what do you need to feel comfortable in yourself and in your domain and in your own personal home. And again, whatever house you have your moon in is going to tell a lot about a person and what do they need to feel comfortable. So I have my rising and my moon both in my first house. So for me, personal expression is very, very important. Because again, first house, it's all about the sense of self. It's my self-identity. So I can't live an inauthentic life because I wouldn't be able to live with myself and I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I was not being true to myself. So that's just like a very basic bitch introduction. There's so much more that we could talk about it. And Nick, if you ever want, you can actually... you can send me your chart, honey, and I'll go over it with you, okay? And if you don't know how to do your chart, don't worry. There's free, you need to just know the time of your birth and the exact location of your birth. There's literally online calculators that are free. You can put your birth information in. I don't like looking, it's artificial, it's AI generated, so it's gonna tell you about yourself, it's AI. You want me to look at your chart, just scroll down to the very, very bottom of the page. It's gonna show you what your chart looks like, this. I much prefer to look at this chart than an AI generated explanation about a person. So let me know if that very, very rudimentary explanation resonates and if you have follow-up questions to it. Victoria, yeah, I live in the clouds, daydream, my vivid mind, you're spot on with that. Even when I'm in nature, it's from more of a dreamy, whimsical perspective rather than grounded. I feel everything. I love that for you, honey. Hello, Christy, my darling. Hi, crew, working. Just dropped by to say hey. Right back at you. Thank you so much for popping in, honey. Lucky. Chiron in 25 degrees Taurus ascendant, 23 degrees Sagittarius, Saturn 28 degrees, Libra, Neptune 20. You have a lot of late degrees in your chart, Lucky. Wow. Oh, those are your yod degrees. Hold on. What are the two anchor points on top and what's the bottom point? Tell me that. Just tell me, that's what I want to know most importantly. What is the bottom of the yad? Swims, astrology is too complex for my brain. LOL. It sounds like Russian to me. A lot of people feel that way. I try to make it as approachable as possible. Yes, Victoria, the degrees. Yes, yes, yes. So look at it this way. The degrees, anything from 1 to 10 is early degrees. So it's, okay, before we go any further, I'm just going to say this about astrology as a whole. The way that I look at a person's natal chart is it's a roadmap of what their soul came to do in this life, okay? So just like a roadmap has physical points, so does a soul map, okay? So what did your soul come here to do? What did it come to learn? What did it come to overcome? You're going to see that in your natal chart. So again, 1 to 10 early degrees, it's the beginning of energy. 10 to 20, middle point. It's perhaps not lessons that you came to learn fresh in this lifetime, but it's what are energies and lessons that you've already dealt with in past lifetimes. 20 to 30 degrees, that's the end. That's what did your soul come here to do, to wrap up in this lifetime, to finish, to leave behind, so that way you're not taking it forward with you into future incarnations. So look at the degrees that way. It makes so much more sense, right? 0 to 10, early degrees. What did my soul come here to learn in this lifetime? 10 to 20, what have I already been working with? And 20 to 30, what am I graduating from in this lifetime? Much more approachable when we break it down that way, right? Lisa, that makes sense, Faye, because I have always felt on a soul level I was here for a certain purpose or mission, because you are, and I'm so glad that you felt that, Lisa. Victoria, subscribe by the... Thank you so much, Victoria. I'm so happy to have you here. I think you're really I really do think you're gonna enjoy this community. We have a great time here, but I'm really glad that you are here. And everyone, once they join the Solar Flow, once they subscribe, you're part of the tribe. You're part of the Solar Flow family now. Sorry, you're gonna have to divorce me if you don't want to be part of the tribe any longer. No, I'm just kidding. That sounds very dramatic. Swims, ooh, great explanation. I love it. I love the sun. I'm glad that I was able to explain it in a way that made it make sense. Swims, I crave the sun on my head all the time. So you're actually seeking to connect to divine energy. Lucky, also Pluto, 27 degrees, Libra in my yad. Is that the bottom point or the two anchor points? Steve, hello, Christy, good to see you. Swims, okay, let me ask ChatGPT real quick, LOL, I love that. Atul, you think way too much. That's probably because I have Mercury in my 6th house. Hassan, hi. Swims. Okay, wait. I forgot my friend did a chart for me. Did you say what is my sun sign? I forgot what house to look at. Okay, sun sign. What month were you born? That's the easiest way to figure it out. Project 25, Faye, what does the house and degree mean if you have Venus in Virgo, 12th house, 23 degree? My moon is at 23 degrees as well. Okay, so 12th house. 12th house is your innermost world. It's your secret garden, one could say. Okay, so you have Venus in Virgo in your 12th house. So you in your order. You need order, and also your inner secret garden cannot be chaotic, right? Virgo is the sign of literal order, but it's also living in service to humanity. So I wonder if a lot of the thoughts that you have are connected to society as a whole and societal norms in trying to see how to make the world a better place, because that's kind of like what I'm picking up on in regards to that. Now, moon also in the 12th house is, yeah, like really a really rich inner world. So do you feel like you get very easily dysregulated out in the world? Because that's what it makes me think of with moon, like in the 12th house. Like needing to be calm and peaceful in your own home in order to feel like you can decompress and regulate yourself. Swims, I know like almost 0% about all of this astrology sun stuff. That's okay. We only talk about it a little bit over here, not too much. But it's, we do talk about it. Steve, hit like and subscribe if you have not already done so. Thank you, Steve, for calling that out. Morgan Leonard, hey guys, just wanted to let you know that Jesus loves you all and loves you too. Thank you, Morgan. Steve, I am also pretty inept in Western astrology. That's okay. Swims at Morgan, Buddha loves you. Lucky, I love astrology. Ajira, self-worth second. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ajira. You're absolutely correct. Jody, what about Moon, Neptune, and Uranus in the 3rd house? Oh, Neptune and Uranus. Okay. So they're very, very dreamy planets that almost, there's like a distortion between reality. So I have a feeling it's almost like the opposite of it's the opposite of like Virgo in some ways. Like not wanting to be too anchored in reality, but almost like more dream. There's a reason that you're here, Jody. It totally makes sense actually. But dreamy. It's very, very dreamy energy. Do you also tend to see like the beauty in the place that you live, and do you tend to maybe sometimes even to your own detriment see the best in people, or not even see them clearly, maybe even family members, right? Because that's kind of like the energy of Neptune and Uranus. It's like what is real, you can't necessarily see what's real. So it's maybe not seeing your own neighborhood the way that it in fact actually is, not seeing like your family the way that it in fact is, maybe having like wanting to pursue dreamy no, that would be more 9th house. I don't know, dreamy communication. Like to me this feels like diametrically opposed to Virgo energy, Jody. Steve, Jesus does love us, but he didn't die for our sins. Watch the video. Yeah, I have a video on Jesus. I highly recommend it. Simone, I have 2 stelliums in my birth chart, Scorpio and Capricorn. Okay, what houses are they in, Simone, honey? Steve, I have Pisces in the 8th house. Is there anything fishy? I have Pisces in the 8th house. I have Pisces in the 8th house too, Steve. You must be feeling the energy of this eclipse right now. Maybe that's what's fishy. Swims, chart says I have Sun in Pisces, and I'm a Pisces. Is this why I crave sunshine? Well, Pisces is more water. It's a water sign. I even have sun lamps because I just crave light hitting my eyelids on the top of my head. So what house is your sun in, honey? That's what I want to know. Nick, so how do you know which house your sun or moon is in? This is all super informational. Thank you, Faye. You're welcome. So if you go to an online chart and you put in the location and the exact time of your birth, it will tell you all of this. It will give you and again, I'm not a favor of the AI charts, but if you want to send it to me, or if you even want to tell me, you can put it in online. I think I usually use, I think it's Cafe Astrology, or I think that's the website, cafeastrology.com. You can put in your information. It will tell you what house your sun is in. Victoria, I have 4 houses. You have 4 planets in your 12th house, honey. You can't have houses in houses. There's 12 houses. You can have planets in houses. So you have a stellium in your 12th house, Victoria. Yes, you got it. Yes, 4 planets in my 12th house. Yes, you corrected yourself. You got it, love. Lucky, sun is in 11th, moon is in 10th. Oh, wow. Oh, baby. Yeah, you're really going to thrive when you're part of like a group and an organization, Lucky. That's wild. And your moon being in the 10th house is like a sense of recognition in order for you to be able to come home to yourself at night. Swims, at sobering. Yes, this is like calculus to me. Sobering, haha. I'm saying Swims. I always just get lost trying to learn. Faye breaks it down well. Thank you, honey. Swims, oh wait, I may be reading this chart wrong. BRB. Nicole, my sun is in my 6th also. So, by the way, that makes sense because you have a lot of, you have pets. So pets fall under the auspice of 6th house. But also 6th house sun people, will get very, very burnt out if they're not doing work that is personally meaningful and fulfilling to them. Like it will drain your battery because there's such a strong emphasis on sixth house energy that we really need to do something that's meaningful to us, or it sucks the living life out of us. Lucky, Chiron 25 degrees and bottom Neptune 25 degrees in Sagittarius. Oh, okay, so your yod is pointing to Sagittarius. So Sagittarius is all about like higher learning, okay? So but it could also be degrees. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a university degree or a master's or anything like that. It could be like going to interior design school or becoming like a nutritionist. Those are also like ninth house. It's anything outside of like the auspice of like basic bitch education. But it's also higher concepts, mental higher concepts. It's also like foreign lands, travel, things like that. So there's a strong, it's almost like you're energetically being directed to these things, Lucky. Simone, I wish I could read the picture of the birth chart. It's like reading music. I don't know how to read it. I prefer the words that break it down for me. So that's actually super interesting. And I'm going to share with you, I think that's why I can't do a guided meditation. I don't want to be told what this means. I want to look at the chart and I want to tell you what it means. The same exact reason I can't do guided meditation. Let me pick up on the energy of the chart. I don't want to be told what the energy of the chart is. Opposite, I really do have a problem with authority, clearly. Even like the authority of like a natal chart. I definitely have like oppositional disorder. Nicole, mine are both in, are you saying your sun and moon are both in the 6th house, honey? Swim, okay, I have a list of planets with no numbers. Which planets should I look for the chart? Does it tell you what, fuck. Tell me what it says. We'll try to figure this out together. Sherry S, I have never matched with my sun sign. Okay, so that's a great point, Sherry S. We are sometimes not going to resonate with it because it has to do with the other aspects in the chart. So again, your sun sign is like one piece in a pie, and your pie has 12 pieces. So it's not always going to resonate exactly because it's what are the other aspects going on in the chart. Swims, I'm February baby, month of the sun maybe? No. So Leo is actually the month of the sun because Leo is ruled by the sun. So February is actually, on the old chart it's ruled by Saturn. I forget what it's ruled by on the modern chart. But, hold on, are you beginning of February or the end of February? Oh, Swims, my B-day is 2/22. So I think you're a Pisces, honey. You're a Pisces sun. So that's water. And that's beautiful. And I love that for you. Victoria, oh my goodness, I adore you already. Do you offer? Yes, I do. But it's a little bit different. It's not just a birth chart reading, it's the energy of your birth chart. So it's a twofold process. I explain the chart itself, but then I also explain the energy behind all of it. And I have a link for that in my website, and you can find my website in any description box in any of my videos. Simone, know anything about, and I actually know very little, I know very little about life path numbers. That's not my forte. Project 25, yes, I feel like that, Faye. My moon is in Scorpio in the 2nd house. I forgot to mention that. Deep. You like to go really, really fucking deep, right? Deep with your feelings, deep with your emotions, deep sense of self-worth also. Lucky, my moon is in Scorpio too. Lucky, you guys can commiserate all about that. Deep, 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 deep emotions, deep inner world. Project 25, but my Scorpio moon placement makes me feel everything so deeply and I can get triggered easily. There we go. Jeffrey, I love you for, right back at you, Jeffrey. Thank you, honey. Swims, if I'm reading this summary right, I have sun in Pisces and moon in Leo. Yes, that does make, okay. What house is your Leo in? That's what I want to know. Dawn Devers, Cancer moon, 14 degrees Pisces. Oh, ascendant rising. Okay. Virgo MC, 10 degrees Gemini. I have no idea what this means. Okay. Let's help you break this down a little bit. So Cancer moon, well, the moon is actually, the moon is associated with the sign of Cancer. So there's a very, very strong emphasis on your inner world, your inner life, but also how do you nurture people and how do you take care of people? So is it very important that you look after your friends and your family? I don't know why, I'm even getting a sense like it has to do with food. Like feeding, do you like to feed your friends and feed your family, make sure everybody is like well taken care of? Like that's how you actually come back to yourself, by knowing that the people that you care about are well taken care of. Now your Pisces ascendant, that means you have Pisces in the first house. So Pisces is a water sign. Emotions. So there's a lot of strong emphasis on your emotions, Dawn. So do you feel very, very, very deeply? Do you feel like your emotional life is actually deeply rooted in your sense of identity and your sense of self as well? Now your MC is the highest part of your chart. The MC is almost like your 10th house, so to say. It could be about work, but it's what are you known for out in the world? Again, it doesn't have to be work. It's how do you want to be known in your neighborhood? How do you want to be known in your community? So if you have Virgo, that means living in service to humanity. Virgo is the sign of living in service to humanity. That also very much connects to taking care of your people, taking care of your friends, taking care of your family. So do you approach it with a sense of pride in knowing that people know that you take care of your people? Let me know how that resonates. Oh, wait, or do you have, is your MC, no, you have Virgo MC. Okay. Swims, at Victoria, this is complex, I'm trying to make it easy, guys. Victoria, at Swims, we really are trying our best. Omar, do you know Kevin? Kevin who? Lucky, I agree. Thank you, Faye. I've been feeling high vibe lately and I'm feeling optimistic about my future. I'm feeling good. I love that. Dawn, this is advanced calculus. I love you, Dawn. Victoria, what does Saturn 23 degrees in the 12th house mean? Oh, fuck, Saturn in the 12th house. So Saturn is a very heavy, dense, oppressive energy. It's likened to old man time. So there's a more restrictive energy, I would say, in the way in which you approach your own mental processes. Like, how does it feel for you when you're in your own energy? Does it feel like it's a little bit dense and it's a little bit oppressed? But here's the beautiful thing. So 12th house is the last house in the zodiac, okay? So, and you have late degrees Saturn in your 12th house. That means you're graduating in this lifetime out of having these heavy, dense life lessons that are being taught to you. So your next lifetime will be remarkably easier in comparison to this one. Sheryash, can you do my birth chart reading here? I mean, you can share some elements. I'm not going to do like a whole chart reading. Nicole, meaningful work 100%. Yep. Swims, LOL, I'm sorry. No. This is, I want you to know, this is where you can come to ask questions, honey. Please don't apologize. You never have to apologize on this channel. I'm here to share the information with you guys. It's okay if it feels like it's not resonating right away. Please don't apologize. Swim, so then I'm a moon child. Where does this sun craving come from? Maybe a clue to look for my chart. I actually think it's connected to your gifts and abilities, honey. I don't think this is connected to your chart at all. You are seeking high vibes, and frankly, the sun being a metaphor for the divine, you can't get more high vibe than that. So I feel like you're actually trying to recode your DNA to be high vibe. Nicole, yes, sun and moon. Oh, baby. Yeah, big emphasis there. Hello, Jamie, my darling. Sherry, sun Capricorn, ascendant Gemini, moon Taurus. So I'm also a Capricorn sun, so I very much resonate with that. So Gemini ascendant, that means you have Gemini in your first house. So Gemini is a sign that's all about like communication and thinking. Now that could show up for you in a lot of different ways, quite frankly. You could be a writer, you could enjoy reading, you could enjoy doing research. You could enjoy talking to people. You could enjoy sharing information with people. But it's very much like a part of your sense of identity and your sense of self. Now, Moon in Taurus, Taurus is very much like connected to the home, but it's also about like, what are you building? What's your foundation in this life? So Moon in Taurus is a strong indication in needing to feel, the word that just came in is like rooted. Rooted, like needing to feel when you come home at the end of the day, like this is your home, this is your space, this is your domain. I have a feeling when you travel, you maybe feel like a little bit dysregulated because traveling is like, that's not under the auspice of Taurus. Taurus is like loves eating bonbons and having like silk sheets and having a beautiful decadent home. So traveling is like pretty much diametrically opposed to that. So, but also here's the thing, Gemini could be associated with travel. So I think maybe, do you enjoy doing like short spurts of travel, but more than anything you love to come home at the end of the day or like at the end of vacation? Swims, how do I find the Leo house? Do you see if Leo is mentioned outside of Leo in Moon? They didn't put numbered bullet points in the, I don't know, I'm sorry. Hello, Ashley, my darling, I love you too. I don't know, because I don't know what report you're looking at, honey, I'm sorry. Lisa, ascendant Cancer and Moon Cancer in the first house and Sun Cancer. So you have a stellium of planets, Lisa, in your first house, right? You have Moon in your first, you have Sun in your first, right? And your rising is in your first. Your rising is not technically like a planet, but there's more of this strong emphasis there. Ashley, hope all is well with you. And yes, darling, we are well over here, and I'm glad that you were able to join us. Ashley, what is Taurus in Venus in the 7th house? I always find different answers. Okay. Now your 7th house is the house of relationships. It could be romantic, but it's any one-on-one relationship. So it's a relationship with a mentor, it's a relationship with a business partner, it's the relationship that you have with your dry cleaners, right? It's not only restricted to a romantic relationship. It's any one-on-one relationship that you have with another person. Now, Venus in your 7th house is, again, 7th house relationships. Venus beautifies things. Taurus is also, Taurus is ruled by Venus, right? So you have a strong emphasis on wanting to have a beautiful relationship with people. However beauty looks to you. Is it beautiful because of the way that you speak to them? Is it beautiful in the way that you relate to them? Do you want to have a high vibe relationship? Because that's what it is all about. But it's an emphasis, a strong emphasis on having harmonious relationships for you, Ashley. Swims. So if my craving for light on my head a lot, my soul wants the divine to kind of beam down on me, soul food to me via the light, I would sleep in the sun if I could. It very much feels like you want to bathe yourself in high vibrations. Ashley, I'm Virgo sun, Scorpio rising, and Leo moon. Ooh. Okay, Scorpio in the first house then. Interesting. Oh, you go deep, honey. That's why you're here, Ashley. You go deep. You go deep, deep, deep. Leo moon. My moon is also in Leo, honey. So I completely understand what that feels like. Like, moon Leo people cannot be inauthentic. That is like death to us. We have to be who we are. We have to be authentic to ourselves. Dawn, spot on. Thank you. Interesting. I'm super sensitive to other emotions, much to my detriment. LOL. Family caring is uber important to me. And you know what? Your chart shows that, Dawn. Swims. Ooh, cool. Steve, 7.5 out of 10, Ashley. Thanks you. Jamie, hi Ashley. Yes, all good at work now. Wanted to catch up the last live. How are you, dear? Dharmandra, hello, my lovely friend. Hello. Ashley, 9.5 out of an 83. Jamie, I don't know anything about this stuff. I don't even know what I have in my chart. That's okay. Victoria, this is so much fun, right? It is. Astrology is fun. It can be complicated, but that's why I like to break it down, and I like to make it, you know, as approachable as possible. And it makes complete sense. I also have Mars 28 degrees in the 12th house. Okay, Sun 21 degrees in the 12th house. Does that mean they are also almost complete lessons? So Mars is like a very action-oriented kind of in energy. But that also means if you have Mars in your 12th house, there's a lot of energy. You almost have like a reserve of energy to focus on your own inner world and your own inner garden. Sun being there, again, you have a really, really strong emphasis on all of these 12th, anything that's related to like your 12th house. Now, the thing about 12 houses is it also actually can pertain to previous lifetimes, and it is also the house of addiction. But it's also the house of like mental anguish, mental turmoil. It's the house of jails. It's the houses of prisons. I'm not saying that you're going to jail or you're going to prison. And in fact, I would say that you have so much late degree energy in your 12th house means that you've probably worked through in all of your past lifetimes anything that has to do with that. Shrayash, I don't know if Indian astrology and Western astrology share similar, but my ascendant is in Sagittarius and Moon and Mercury. Venus are all together in the 5th house. So here's the thing, if that's Vedic, it's different than Western. So is that Vedic or Western? That's what I need to know, because I really don't know that much about Vedic. Ashley, unconditional love. Dharmendra, Sagittarius. Are you saying Sagittarius sun, honey? Nicole, have to be up early tomorrow. Bye, Nicole, honey. I'm glad you were able to hang out with us. Beth, love to you, Nicole. Sleep well. Jamie, good night, Nicole. Jody, that's funny because my rising is Virgo and also my Saturn and Jupiter is Virgo. Ooh. It's like, do you sometimes feel like you're fighting with yourself, Jody? Do you feel like you're at odds with yourself? Because that's what's coming up. Lisa, have a good evening at work, Jamie. Swims, it says Scorpio in house. No. So first thing I want you to know, there's no bad aspects. There's nothing bad in a chart. Again, the chart, look at it like a roadmap of what your soul came to do in this lifetime. So if you have Sagittarius in your 5th house, that's going to make you a Leo rising, honey. You have Leo in your 5th house. How do I know that? I have Sagittarius in my 5th house. And I'm a Leo rising. I have Leo in my 1st house. You have Leo in your 1st house. So again, there's no bad aspects in anybody's chart. It's just telling you what did you come to work through in this lifetime. So Scorpio in... Oh, no. Why did I say Sagittarius? I'm sorry. Scorpio in your 5th house. I completely botched that. I'm so sorry, O. I'm so sorry, O, as well, because I botched that. Now I'm botching my like regular speaking over here. If you have Scorpio in your 5th house, let's go back. So that means you have Libra in your 4th house, Virgo in your 3rd house, Leo in your 2nd house. That makes you Cancer rising. I was wrong. I was off by 1. You have Cancer rising, honey. Lisa, no, I have my Sun and Mars both Cancer in 2nd, and then Ascendant and Moon both in Cancer in the 1st. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, honey. Ash, hey there. Ashley, absolutely. I am brutally honest and to a fault and extremely consistent and trustworthy. And if somebody I love and trust does me dirty, my cutoff game is unbreakable. So basically I will disappear. Shrayesh, yeah. So the findings are from Indian Vedic astrology. How can I get a chart from Western astrology? So there's online calculators. The one that I use is I think a website called Cafe Astrology or something like that, but you can put in free birth chart calculator and you just need to know your exact location and your exact time and place of birth, okay? Ashley, Jamie, I'm okay, thank you so much. How are you, love? Jamie, confused that astrology will do that. Ashley, I didn't greet you properly. Jamie, oh no, you did just fine, Ashley, you're good. Okay. We caught up. I caught up. Oh, no, Ashley. I felt extremely rude. I'm sorry. I hate that. You're so sweet, Ashley. See, that's Venus in your 7th house. Jody, I would love to get your interpretation of my chart one day. I would love to give you an interpretation. Victoria, thank you for answering everything. I have Moon Libra in my 6th house, and I've always felt most connected to my moon sign. Interesting. Well, also, here's the thing. 6th house is work. It's your daily routines. It's pets. It's things like that. So is your work important to you? Like, you can't have like a basic bitch just job. You need to have like a career that's very meaningful to you. Do you have a lot of pets that you love? Because that's also moon in the 6th house. Is your routine very important to you? Do you need to have a sense of stability and routine for you to be able to come home to yourself at the end of the day? Swims, LOL. The site says Scorpio on house 5th may like risky professions. That's why I don't like the AI generated ones, because it's going to make you sound like they're bad aspects. There's no bad aspects. Health, the genital area, what in the world do they mean? I'm celibate too. Don't read a AI generated thing. That you're gonna get weird random shit like that. Jody, moon in Scorpio also. Simone, LOL, did I miss the part when you explained if I was correct about the house my stelliums are in? I'm multitasking, maybe I didn't hear it. It's possible. Sobering stories, Aquarius, Sun, and Moon. So I'm just always Aquarius, but rising is Sag. So Aquarius is air. So it actually lines up perfectly with you being a content creator, because air is thoughts, it's communication, it's ideas, it's the sharing of ideas, but also Aquarius is the sign of the people. So it's kind of related in a way to Virgo, because Virgo is living in service to humanity. Aquarius is the sign, literally, like imagine if Leo is the sign of the king that lives in the castle and fuck you peasants. Aquarius is like wanting to dismantle the monarchy so that everyone is equal and the people are equal with the monarchy. So I have a feeling a lot of what you're doing is the sharing of ideas in order to like level the playing field, I would almost say. So guess what? You're actually also dismantling the matrix, because you're elevating the people's consciousness to have them be equal to the so-called elites. Swims, if you were to date a man, would you see if his natal chart would? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. If I started to see somebody and I went out with them more than 3 times, I would immediately ask them. I might just be like, oh, hey, when were you born? But yes, absolutely. I would want to look, because there's also something called synastry. So synastry is, imagine, where you can overlay 2 charts. So that would be overlaying my chart with their chart. So to see, how are we complementary? How are we not complementary? Are there going to be issues in the way that we communicate? Is there going to be issues in the way that we cohabitate? Are there going to be issues in the way that we approach money? In the way that we talk and we think? And are there going to be control issues? I would never get into a relationship without doing a synastry chart. Absolutely. I like how you said if you were to date a man. Yeah, because it's slim pickings over here on the West Coast. It really is at this point an if. I don't know if it's ever going to be a when. It might just forever be an if. Lisa, what placement or house does a struggling with a codependency fall under? That might be more synastry, honey. That might, what I was just saying, it's overlaying 2 charts together. Simone, my Sun, Mercury, and Pluto are all in Scorpio. I think my 5th and 6th house are in Scorpio. Which one? So, okay, so that's not whole house then. That's Placidus. So very, very strong emphasis for you, Simone. So Sun, Mercury. So I have Sun and Mercury in my 6th house, so I completely understand that. But I have it in Capricorn. You think you have it perhaps in Scorpio. So you're not a basic bitch kind of gal. When you communicate, you want to go deep. Like, you don't want to talk about the weather with people. No small talk for you. You want to go deep, and you can go deep. Your sense of self and identity is also quite deep and quite complex. And your work also has, you cannot do a basic, just like you can't basic bitch communicate, you can't have a basic bitch job. I have a feeling for you would almost not work at all, than just like, I don't know, work in like a call center or something like that. Or like work in a fast food restaurant. Like the work that you do really has to be of meaning and purpose to you. Now Pluto also there, Plutonian energy, so it's about death and rebirth, but again, it's metaphorical. So it could show up as changing relationships frequently, but also Pluto could be unhealthy relationships, especially if you have it in your 5th house. Now that could be where you're with a controlling partner. It could also be where you maybe have had work employment with a controlling employer. But all of that is done with the intention of breaking you down so you can be rebuilt more highly aligned and more high vibe. Simone, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus are in Capricorn. I think that's in my 7th house. So, Capricorn in the 7th house. So that's a very mature approach to having a relationship with another person. Again, it doesn't have to be romantic. But you're very mature in the one-on-one relationships that you have with anybody. Now, Saturn is a restrictive energy, so do you also feel like you've had very heavy, dense, restrictive energy in your relationships? Do you also feel like you maybe don't see your partners clearly? Because that's also very Neptunian and Uranian energy. Victoria, no, I don't care about career at all, like not one bit. I am also not a routine person at all, but I do love animals and my pets more than anything in this world. Maybe I don't resonate with my moon. Aha! Ashley, age of Aquarius, yep. Nick, aye, that makes me super happy to hear. Men of the people dismantling the matrix, that you are. And your content definitely says so. Swims, I wonder what Jeffrey Dahmer's birth chart looks like just to learn red flag. I love that, by the way. I don't know. That's a really good question. I don't know what his chart looks like. By the way, I apologize. It's real life over here. So I have a back gate into my building that's literally right outside the window. That's literally, you can't see it. Now you can. Literally, my hand, you can't see it because it's a wonky angle. Literally, my hand is 1 foot away from this window. On the other side of that window, literally 1 foot away, there's a gate. So every time you hear slamming, that's where somebody has been walking in and out of the gated courtyard in my building. So I apologize. It's real life over here, y'all. Ashley, the guy I've been ridiculously close to for the past year is a Taurus. Beautiful. Jamie, Ashley, my husband is a Taurus. They can be very stubborn. Absolutely. Swims, LMAO, I didn't mean anything if you did. No, it's okay. I didn't think you meant anything. I actually love that you said that because it's actually very apropos. But I think you were asking about yourself, that if you were to date a man, would you do that? It depends, like how much attention and energy do you want to put into astrology? If you don't want to put any energy and attention into it, then don't. And you didn't sound nosy. I'm very candid with you guys. I like to share like my dating experiences. The last date I went on, the guy took me for tea at 7 p.m. Tea. First and only date. Shall not be seeing that man again. He's a beta. I don't date betas. Real life over here. Sherry, my Venus, Saturn, Uranus, and Vertex are in the 6th house. And Jupiter, Neptune, and Mercury are all in the 7th. Mars, Pluto, ooh, yes. A lot. Steve, we have a record low on trolls and bots, it would seem. I haven't even been traumatized yet by this session. Praise be. I have a feeling it's because, again, I didn't trigger the trolls to come out. You just saw the most, okay, I need to hear about this. He just saw the most Masonic ad ever. What is it, baby?
It's for a movie.
Okay, it's for a movie.
The movie's called The Hymn. Okay?
I fucking love you.
Okay? You know what? So
guys, do you hear what he's saying? We have spoken about the movie Hymn before. Yes, honey.
Somebody, they're summoning. There is literally summoning.
Yep, there's literal summoning.
There was a bunch of Masonic stuff. So
Yep.
it's the most, Mom, and it's also very creepy. It makes sense why the movie is rated R.
Yeah. So essentially, it's not
Rated R for Raysonic stuff.
You're not going to be seeing that movie, probably ever. Because I have a feeling he's going to grow up. He doesn't even like watching movies now. So he is very much my child. Like, I'm like, do you want to go see him? The last movie I went to take him to see was the Minecraft movie. Before that, the last movie I took him to see was Frozen 2. Before that, I took him to see... I don't even remember. He's not a moviegoer, and I am perfectly okay with that. I'm not a moviegoer. I mean, I'm definitely not a TV watcher. Marcia Drennan. My mom is asleep, but I'm not. I'm a kid. Welcome. Ashley. I usually dig other sun signs. Swims. Why is the Aquarius symbol a woman She's the water bearer. What's that represent? Cleaning or something? All the signs have like weird things. Like the Capricorn is like the fucking sea, like a sea goat. Like the bottom part of it is in the water and it's climbing up like a mountain. I wouldn't read too much into what the sign what the physical representation of it is, because they really don't make a lot of sense. Lisa, I might be the time of the night, but there are no trolls around, LOL. It's almost midnight here on the East Coast. Oh no, they're just waking up overseas then. Marcia, can I tell you something? Maybe? Nick, what about cusps? Do they get to choose? Is there so not really. So a cusp is said to be somebody that's like born on a day that could go either way, right? So you might be born like on the 22nd of the month, and it's like, well, does that make me this sign or that sign? So it's they're not really real. No, you're either the beginning degrees of one thing or you're the end degrees of something else. But I don't really believe in the idea of cusps. Swims, LOL, yes, I remember the teabag guy. What a fucking douche. Lisa, I got to see, he doesn't know that I have a YouTube channel, so I don't mind talking about him. Because again, we only went on one date. What am I going to share with a guy on one date that takes me out for tea at 7 p.m.? Not a whole lot. Lisa, I got to see my Taurus nephew, who is almost 4 years old, and I absolutely love him to death and highly value him. Oh, that's beautiful, Lisa. Ashley, oh yes, very stubborn and temper, but can be extremely sweet. Swims, LOL, it is pretty troll-free I mean, I'm not complaining, guys. Steve, him, oh no, yeah. Right, Ashley? Victoria, what does my Venus and Jupiter and Pisces mean? Now, Jupiter is the planet of expansion. It's considered to be the most benefic planet in the sky. So I want to know what house it's in, because that's going to tell you where you're going to experience the most expansion. So you have Venus, you have two benefic planets in Pisces. So there's a beautiful emphasis on, first of all, it's a water sign. Pisces is water, so emotions. But Pisces is also the last sign. So there's a strong emphasis, I would say, on what is ending in your life at this time, or what is ending in this lifetime at this time. Because again, it's the last house in the zodiac. Look at it like Pisces is the 12th house. Because what's the first house considered to be? Aries. But I want to know what house it's in. You're telling me the sign. I want to know the house. Nick, my cousin was the assistant producer for that movie. Oh, wow. I bet he has stories. Sherry, they are all in Scorpio and Sagittarius as well. Steve, him is a hype. It is such a reveal. Ashley, awesome pick. Nick, is it? I told my cousin to tell me if she encountered some weird shit. She ghosted me. Okay, then. Jamie, him, never heard of it. Don't go looking for it. It's very dark. Swims, would you be leery of someone if they said they were a Shriner? I would run for the hills, metaphorically. Anything to do with Masons, I wouldn't want to know nothing. Is it true that wearing the fez cap means they did some gory ritual and high rank? No, not necessarily. So, and also it was shown to me that 33rd is not the highest degree Mason, 66 is. So somebody, I don't know at what point they get that fez hat, but a lot of the Masons, even the 33rd degree Masons, they're useful idiots. They're used by the club to be like a front. Those are the people that you're going to see on YouTube saying, debunking, you know, the so-called conspiracy theories. Those are the people that are going to be like, I'm the 33rd degree Mason. I've never seen anything go down. Useful idiot. Because those that know, you're not going to ever see them talking about it. Those that don't know, you're going to see them talking about it. Nick, I still need to see it. Looks good though. Jordan Peele movie. Nick, you should look into it. Beth, new Jordan Peele movie. Steve, the Shriner were the protectors of children. I don't. They corrupt everything, so I don't know about that. Lucky, Faye, off topic, and I know it's all scripted, but are the Eagles going to the Super Bowl again? Also, what has Jalen Hurts Eagles QB sacrifice? Thank you. I'm glad that you know that it's all a dog and pony show. I don't know if they're going to the Eagles. I don't know if the Eagles are going to the Super Bowl again. And what did Jalen? No, he didn't sacrifice anything. He's just paid to be an actor, so to say. Swims. Ooh, Jordan Peele. Get Out was the. And it was also a reveal. Get Out was a huge fucking reveal. Jamie, ha ha ha, Faye, how funny. My tea date? Yeah, it was funny. Ashley, I'm not into cusps. Pick one, you don't get two. That's what people don't understand. What is the degree? That's all I want. What degree is the sun in? That's going to tell you everything you need to know, because cusps are not really real. Swims, should I watch the old movie Ghost to see an accurate depiction of what mediums see? No, because mediums don't necessarily see it the way it's depicted in the movie. So if you want to get a rough idea, sure. But when I see spirits, it's... And also, here's the thing. The Whoopi Goldberg character didn't see. She only heard them. So it's not completely accurate. Victoria, they're in house 11. I'm sorry, Victoria. I lost the plot. I'm sorry, honey. Lisa, oops, LOL. My nephew is Libra. His birthday is next week. My brother is a Taurus. Ashley, I remember 66. Yep. Victoria, also my South Node is in the 11th house, Pisces too. So South Node is what have you mastered in your last lifetime? It's like, look at it, what have you graduated past? Like, what's really, really easy for you? North Node is what did you come to work on and to master in this lifetime? But 11th house is things that come easy to you. Victoria, ooh, I love that you're awake and aware of everything. I'm so thankful to have found myself here. LOL. Right back at you, Victoria, honey. Ashley, you know Eastern stars are illegal in Jersey and New York. What are Eastern stars? TJ, your eyes are there. They're somewhere, all right. Jude said hi. Ashley, it's kind of a female Mason. Oh. Here's the thing though, female Masons, they're not giving, like the way I look at a female Mason is like a consolation prize. Because the real Masons, they're not going to allow them to be women. It's a fraternal brotherhood. Not because they look down on women, but it's because if you understand the origins of Hollywood, the women were put more into witches' covens because they're trying to find a way to work complementary with the energy. So women are more energetically, I guess, aligned with a coven and not a brotherhood. Swims, I don't see any Jupiter in my houses. Is that to say anything? And North Node is in Taurus. So You don't see Jupiter in any of your house. Well, it has to be somewhere. Because we all have every aspect somewhere in our chart. Ashley, shut them up and yeah, pretty much. I'm telling you, to me, it's a consolation prize. I don't see that it's like legit, not even a little bit. Like it almost like feels to me it was brought about because like a Mason's wife was bitching to him and he's like, okay, fine, just shut the fuck up. Here, I just created like a Masonic thing for women now. He just wanted her to shut up. Lucky, is Patrick Mahomes what's an AN? Swims, is there a movie you recommend that feels accurate to show how mediums see stuff? I don't watch a lot of movies and I don't know a lot of movies, so I can't really recommend that, no. Lucky, the quarterback born a girl, no. Ashley, Pulp Fiction. That's not how mediums work. It's a good movie though. Ashley, I totally agree. Victoria, I honestly wonder if reincarnation is a soul trap. I don't want to come back here again. Victoria, you are in the right place. I love you, girl. I love you. Okay. So, unless you are a 1%er and you've sold your soul to Satan, where they can energetically bind your energy to earth, you can actually tap out at any time. But, there's a big caveat. Because when we're out of our body, when we're on the other side, when we're with God, and there's no sense of time on the other side, not like here, because here you could be like, this lifetime is taking for fucking ever. On the other side, there's no time. So on the other side, 1 minute, 10 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, all feel the same on the other side. Because man is only a 3D, earthbound construct. So when we're in the highest aligned version of ourselves, when we're kicking it with God, and we're looking at our lifetimes, and we're like, I kind of put something in my soul contract, I didn't actually get to do it, what's another lifetime? But if you really have had enough, you can always tap out on when you exit out of your body, you could be like, you know what, I've had just about all the shit I can handle, peace out. You can do that too. But again, when we're on the other side kicking it with God, when we're the most high-aligned version of ourselves, when it's only our highest self that we're kicking it with, and we're looking at the experiences that we had, we're not feeling it the way we feel it here. So we might be like, yeah, what's another lifetime? Ashley, I know it's my favorite movie ever. Oh, I got you, honey. Okay, Ashley, Basketball Diaries. Lucky, really? Oh my God. I could have sworn Mahomes was a girl. He has the hips and characteristics. Thank you, Faye. You're welcome, honey. Swims. When you talk to spirits, is it kind of like they show up visually in the corner of the room? Do they look like a holograph? That is a great question. Yes, mostly they're not physical. They're not physical the way our bodies are physical. So imagine I could see through them, but I can also see the way they looked in a particular lifetime. Which is why I'm doing a mediumship session, and the soul of the person actually comes in. I could say to a person, somebody just actually came in. This is what this happened to me. So I was like, this woman just came in. I explained what she was wearing. I was like, is this your grandmother? She's like, my grandmother used to. So the weirdest thing, she used to wear like a thing on her head, and she wore an apron. And the apron, this is not just a regular apron, not like a baker's apron. The apron had a fish on it. That's like a very notable thing. So I was saying to my client, she's like an older woman, she has like grayish hair, she has a thing on her head, she's wearing an apron, the apron has a fish on it. I was like, it's an older woman, is it your grandmother? She's like, yes, and my grandmother used to wear an apron with a fish on it. She's like, you literally just described my grandmother. But I could see through the body. Now sometimes the energy of the person will come in, but they don't physically come into me. That's why I'm saying there's not any exact that I could like direct you to. Ashley, oh yes, I like The Sixth Sense. That was a great movie. Swims, oh, The Sixth Sense is an accurate movie depiction? Yes, but also no, because he said he sees dead people. They don't know that they're dead. But here's the thing, dead people, whether they know that they're dead or not, you can still see through them. So yes, but also no. Ashley, I honestly think it is. Victoria, time being an illusion makes me feel like all our lives and all our moments must be overlapping at once, right? Yes. Victoria, you have found your tribe, I am telling you. So this is a demonstration that I like to give. Because what was shown to me is our past lives and our future lives are happening concurrently with this life. How? I know, it breaks the brain. Some things are not going to make sense to us. It's not meant to make sense to us. I can only show it to you the way it was shown to me. Okay, I want you to imagine that the beads on this bracelet are all of our different various lifetimes, okay? They're all on one bracelet. They're not on separate bracelets, they're on one bracelet, right? Okay, so I want you to imagine that your current life is right here by my pinky. And I want you to imagine that your past life is by my thumb. Can you see it? No, it's obscured. Is it on the same bracelet? Yes. Can you see it? No. But they're all happening concurrently. All of your past lives are happening simultaneously. All of your future lives are happening simultaneously because time is not real on the other side. And that's where our souls come from. The way it was first shown to me is imagine rings, Saturn's rings. And imagine different points on Saturn's rings. They're all happening on the same ring, they're just different points. But there's a planet in the middle of it. So can one point see what's happening on the diametrically opposed part of the planet? No, there's a planet in the way. That's why I show it with my hand. Steve, we were just talking about the moon being responsible, the soul reincarnation trap, and that going towards the light is the trap, and to go the other way is choosing to not return to the earth plane. I don't know. We can't get trapped. We have free will, guys. You can only get trapped here if you've sold your soul to the devil. Other than that, you have free will. Swims, do you think young celebrities come down with weird conditions like chronic diseases? Is it from eating human remains and drinking the juice? When they try to get off of it, yes. Look at Celine Dion. So yes, they can come down with, I think it's called Kuru. Kuru is a disease that cannibals come down with when they stop eating human remains. Steve, I love basketball. I haven't seen that ever. Ashley, swims, no doubt. Swims. Is Judaism, do they wear a yarmulke to cover their crown? That's a really, really good question. So I'm going to tell you what is said the reason is. It's said to represent that there's an entity above men. And because men in Judaism are more, I would say, akin to sun energy, and the women are more akin to moon energy, the women in Judaism don't need to be reminded that there's somebody above them. Because we're already more naturally spiritually in tune, or so they say. But the men constantly need to be reminded that they are not king shit. They are not supreme. There's literally a God that is above them. Now, again, I think you're asking a very compelling question. And when Jewish women, once they get married, you know, they cover their hair. Some of them cover their hair with wigs. Some of them cover their hair with like a bandana or a hat or something like that. And not all of them. It depends what sect that you belong to. So even the Jewish women also cover their head, right? But here's the thing. We're talking strictly 3D energy here, right? There's still 5D energy. The way that you can connect to 5D energy, meditation. So meditation is going to overrule all of this, right? Just like I cover my hair and I don't cover it, I bleach it. I literally have my hairdresser put bleach directly on my scalp once a month, and it sits on my scalp for like at least an hour. So is that calcifying my pineal gland because of the chemical process? No, because I meditate. So there's 3D energy and there's 5D energy. And the 5D can always circumvent it if you know the way to connect to the 5D energy, which is meditation. But I think that's a very, very good question, Swims. Lucky, do anyone's ancestors come through? I don't think anyone's come through on alive, unless I've been asked to look into their energy. Joshua Abernathy, have you cried today? I have not cried in a long time, honey. I'm a middle-aged woman. Ain't nobody got time to sit down and cry like that. Swims, okay, I'll have to check that movie out. Ashley, also there is a mini-series, The Stand. Isn't that based on a Stephen King book? The Stand was so good. I don't think I've seen it. Jamie, very interesting. Victoria, could we potentially be a spirit guide? Yes, I'm loving this, girlfriend. Could we potentially be a spirit guide to our past selves, or could we be guided by our future self in this moment? Yes to both. Because it was shown to me, our ancestors can actually be a spirit guide to us, or they could come in and act as like a bonus guardian angel or a bonus guide. What's another way of looking at your ancestors? Yourself. So yes, Joshua, it can see its neighbors though. I'm not sure what you're referencing, dear. Swims, the secret government has technology to track a soul after no. It's something called Astral Soul Entity Track. They can't. Or something, and sometimes they can catch a soul trying to escape that took an oath. If the soul took an oath and the soul already sold itself to Satan, they can already bind it. So look at it this way, they cannot bind our souls because our souls belong to God. Satan doesn't have control over God's domain. So Satan can't bind our souls belong to God. But what souls can they track? Souls that sold out to the club. So they can do it, but not to all souls, only some souls. So you're half accurate there, Swims. Ashley, it's absolutely amazing and life-changing depending on who is watching it and your understanding, but I suggest the new version, but I don't want to tell you who created it because it could sway you, or sway your opinion, yeah. Swims, they have secret technology and high-level yes, they do. Government psychics that can track souls and make them earthbound or trapped on astral 4D plane or something like that. It's a secret program I heard about. No, because the government is not more powerful than God. So again, our souls belong to God. The only way they can bind souls is if a soul sold out. What notebook is it in? I have too many fucking notebooks. Hold on. Earth. Bound souls. So they can tether them in the 4D. Right? They can tether that. So firmament. So the souls are tethered in between Earth and the firmament. And this is how they can siphon the energy off of the soul. It's tethered. And the box represents like that the soul is iced. This is how it was shown to me. Lucky, I stumbled upon a man named Max Spears. Is he legit? He also passed away of weird circumstances. He says a lot of what you say, but he says 13,000 years ago we had a chance to exit our souls. No. No, I'm not saying no, he's not legit. I'm saying that's never been shown to me. That 13,000 years ago we had a chance for the souls to exit, and it is not a prison planet. It's only a prison planet to those that sold their soul to the devil. Lucky, he states that it is coming again and our souls will exit if we say, nope, we have free will. Nope, 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 nope. If you exit out of your body right now and you don't want to come back again, you do not have to come back again. Nope, not true. If we're not up for it. No. It's okay, honey. Jamie, oh well, Lucky. Swims, is Stephen King a portrayal evil demons that he channels to be churning out? So I'm gonna finish reading, and then I've looked into him. I'll tell you what was shown to me. Is Stephen King I think you're saying a portrayal for even evil demons that he channels to be churning out huge novels of horror material for 30 plus years, that being a dark, low place constantly. So it was shown to me when Stephen King writes, his eyes are literally rolled back into the back of his head. He's completely taken over and he's just in like writing in a trance. So he's actually connected to the dark entities. So in addition to souls being bound, right? In addition to that, there's also entities that are floating around on the astral realm, okay? So what he's doing is he's actually channeling the souls on the astral realm, eyes rolled into the back of his head, and when he writes, all you can see of his eyes is the whites, because he's not in himself, he's not in his body. He's typing in an altered state because he's been inhabited. So yes. And look at the material that he writes. You're spot on. He's writing horror material for 30 plus years. Like imagine his own personal vibration if that's what he's writing. Lucky, crazy. Jamie, what you're saying about Max Spiel, that's crazy interesting. Jamie, sorry, I got distracted. Sherry, what is midheaven in Aquarius? So midheaven is like the highest part of your chart. It's the most visible part of yourself. It's usually somewhere like around your let's say your 10th house. Somewhere around there. It's the most public part of your chart. So it's what's most publicly what's the word I'm trying to say? What is most publicly like viewed of a person? Like what do people most see about that person? It's what's their midheaven. Aquarius is the sign of the people. So when people look at you, I wonder what it is that they're seeing about the Aquarian aspects about yourself. Ashley, what if someone who sold their soul repents and genuinely wants to change their life? Well, they can do it. Because again, our souls come from God. God is never going to turn his back on any of his children. If any child wants to make their way back to God, God will welcome them, absolutely, unequivocally, and hands down. Swims, I hope the government doesn't bug me when I transition. If so, I may be tempted to haunt them. I love that, Swims. That makes sense. Nick, so firmament, the earth, okay, hold on, baby. So I showed this before. It's flat, but it's also round. It's not completely flat, Nick. So imagine sunny side up egg. So the northern hemisphere is the yolk. The southern hemisphere is the white part of the egg. It spreads out to the side. So it's not entirely flat. It's flat on the bottom, but there is actually a curvature. Now the reason pilots, when they're up in the sky and they're flying, they can't see the curvature of Earth is because Earth was shown to me as being so much larger than we have been told that it is, that it's astronomically bigger, and that's why they can't see the curvature of the Earth. In our understanding of the size of Earth, yes, theoretically, if the Earth really was that size, pilots should be able to see the curvature. But because it's so much bigger, they cannot see it. So this was shown to me as the shape of Earth, okay? The yolk of the egg, northern hemisphere. The white part of the egg, the southern hemisphere, that's flat, spreads out to the side. Flat on the bottom, it's like a bozu ball. You got half of it on top, and there's a firmament that covers it. Joshua, so in theory, could extraterrestrial life be our future selves traveling through higher dimensions? Could someone remember something that hasn't happened yet? So yes, somebody could absolutely remember something that hasn't happened yet. But most likely it's going to be a vision of a future lifetime. Now, what was shown to me is no, extraterrestrials, somebody asked me this. It was not shown to me that they're us in the future. There's us and there's them. We're separate and we are distinct. Could we choose to incarnate in a future lifetime as an alien, as an extraterrestrial? Yes. That's the only way. But they're not, it's not like, what do they say like humans came from? We all came from chimpanzees, right? So why are there any chimpanzees left? You can't make it make sense. If we all evolved from primates, why didn't some primates evolve with all of us? Okay. So it's not like we all graduate as a species and we all become extraterrestrials. Could we be, with our free will choice, could we make the choice to incarnate as an extraterrestrial? Yes. But it's not like we all become them one day. Yes, thank you, Simone. But you know what, Simone? It's a members exclusive. Thank you for shouting out my awesome video on the shape of Earth, but it's a members exclusive. I don't for the life of me know how the fuck to give somebody a membership, because I would give memberships, I just don't know how. Swims. So the people who sell out basically consented to have a hook put in them to stay in this shit show, and the rest of us can go have adventures in another galaxy. Pretty much, yeah. But they don't necessarily want everybody. Some people, they're going to hold an energetic escrow. So that would be where they... So energetic escrow is where they put the soul on ice so they have access to it, but they're not siphoning directly off of it. But yes, to answer your question, yes. Simone, Faye mentioned in a previous live, Max Spears is still alive, deep, deep, deep underground. Sherry, yes, it's good to see another Christian astrologer. I'm actually not Christian, but I am religious. I think they're one and the same, aren't they? Lucky, I agree. I thought so, Faye. Thank you. You're most welcome, honey. Swims. Whoa, yes, Stephen King looks like he does get possessed. The bat, oh my God, I love your handle, the bat mom. That is awesome. Ashley, is he astral, are we talking about Stephen King? No, he doesn't astrally project. He allows his body to be taken over when he's writing. Lucky, isn't King a pizza lover? I didn't look into him in that way, but it would actually make sense that he does. The Bat Mom, can't sell what's not yours to sell. It can get bound though. Ashley, thank you. That's how I feel about it as well. Swims, if I read the chart right, is this significant if they said part of fortune and south node in... I don't know what the whole fortune thing is. I don't know what that is, so I can't answer the question. Polly Penbook, hello beautiful Faye. I'm wondering what the spiritual implications of having your period on a blood moon, lunar eclipse, along with having a... I don't know what the XXX encounter is. Feels very karmically fated. Okay, great question. Let me read it again. Spiritual implications of having your period on a blood moon, lunar eclipse. Well, it's a lot of feminine energy right there. So lunar, feminine energy. Your cycle, feminine energy. Having relations is also a feminine energy. And when you're saying that it feels very karmically fated, I would agree with you. I think it is karmically fated for you. But I wouldn't say there's spiritual implications though, because here's the thing. When I hear the word implications, I think of like negative consequences or negative side effects. I'm not going to say there's negative consequences or side effects to that. It's just more, what are you transmuting in this lifetime on a karmic level? Because that's what it feels like. How are you perhaps leveling up in your own personal feminine energy? Are you embracing more of your divine feminine energy, and are you letting go of masculine energies? Because that's kind of what I'm picking up on for you. Steve, yeah, how would you even measure the entire Earth? Beats the fuck out of me. Jamie, okay, gotta go. Bye, I love you. I'm glad you were able to join us, honey. Beth, good night, Jamie. Love you. Project 25, I saw this video on TikTok. I'm going to have to bounce soon, guys. Not because I don't love you, but because I do love you. It's late for my friends on the East Coast, and I actually want, because again, crazy eclipse energy, I actually want you guys to get like a good night's sleep. So we're going to bounce by 9:30 my time, okay? That's 13 minutes away, guys. Project 25. I saw this video on TikTok where they were saying yoga. Sorry. Yoga is demonic, and when they tried it, I'm sorry. Evil entities tried to come over them and enter their energy field. Can this happen? Not from yoga per se. Yes, can you be taken over? Yeah. Not from fucking yoga. I don't know, was this like naked yoga while on drugs? Is this like naked yoga with a fucking goat on drugs? Because yoga is a high vibe practice. Ain't no low vibe. And guys, I've been practicing yoga for more than half my life at this point. I started in 2020. I started in 2001. When I was 21, I'm how old now? 45. I have been practicing yoga for more than half my life. Trust me, y'all, if there was a way to be inhabited, I probably would have been inhabited by now. It's a high vibe practice. No, you cannot be inhabited when you're doing anything that's high vibe. You're not a vibrational match for low vibe entities if you're doing something high vibe. The only way you can get inhabited if you're doing yoga is if, I don't know, you're doing it while doing some satanic ritual and you're naked because it's a blood, sex, magic ritual that includes sacrificing like a fucking goat. That's the only way. So no, I'm going to debunk that right the fuck now. I have probably done yoga more than 10,000 times in my life. Trust me, y'all, I would have been inhabited if it was a thing. But I digress. Or do certain people have different experiences? Only if it's a low vibe one can they be inhabited. Ashley swims. I don't think it is explained that way. Victoria, what are your thoughts on star seeds and souls coming from other planets? That's a very broad question. Can you get a little bit more specific? Is it a thing? Yes. Does it happen? Absolutely yes. I have actually a video on it that I do like an entire deep dive. But if you have a specific question, I'll answer it for you, honey. Swims, do you think Michael Jackson is stuck, hooked to earth? What would someone that sold out that you saw is tethered? So a couple of notable people that I saw were tethered. One of them is Walt Disney. If you have not yet seen my video on Walt Disney, highly fucking recommend it. It's wild. And the other person that I saw that's tethered energetically is Billie Eilish. Now, yes, Billie Eilish is still alive. How could that be? Billie Eilish's soul is not any longer in her body. Billie Eilish's soul has been put on ice and is tethered to the earth plane. So Walt Disney, and I have a segment linked in the video on Walt Disney on Billie Eilish where I talk about this. But no, Michael Jackson's soul is not tethered. He's gone. Joshua, there were other human type beings that either merged with and or were destroyed by the species that evolved into modern humans. That being said, reincarnation could also make sense. So yes, I've actually spoken about this. I have a members exclusive video on the reptilians where I do talk about that. But there's also, what are they called? I forgot. The giants and the Nephilim. So yes, other entities that have come from other planets have definitely procreated with human beings, yes. Lucky, my parents sent me to all summer camps, even being raised Catholic. Where I grew up, we had a community of Jewish, went to so many bar and bas mitzvahs. I love that. Steve, yeah, my kitties are wrestle cheering. I told them I would take them out when Faye was finished. Good. Victoria, also, do you see the Fae? Your thoughts on other... Yes, that's exactly what they are. They are other dimensions. Fairies are real. Dragons are real. Bigfoot is real. The idea of all of these things had to come from somewhere. Where did they come from? It came from a person getting like a divine download perhaps and getting insight into another dimension because they are absolutely real. And by the way, fairies you can sometimes even see in this realm. I see them all the time outside my window. Not so much inside. Because I'm like the Grand Master Fae, because my name is Fae. So they give props, they give respect. They're like, we're not going to trample on your space, we're going to be outside. Swims, do you think there's secret continents hidden where aliens or different hybrid humans and fallen angels live at? Really good question. So, I've discussed this in some members' videos. So, Satan is a fallen angel. Satan is tied to the 3D realm. He's actually tied to Antarctica. There's also Pleiadians in other places on Earth, and there are reptilians in other places on Earth as well. And they're actually not so much secret continents. It's a little complicated, but the short answer is yes, there are other entities on the earthly domain with us. Ashley, Swim, please still watch The Stand, and maybe consider joining my membership and binge watching, because I've spoken about this in depth with many of my videos. Sherry, when I was a kid, I used to tell my sister I had a guide from a past life, or concurrent, because nature of time, and described him, but it freaked her out, but I still recall that. You are very gifted, Sherry, if you were able to see that. Lucky, bar mitzvah, and they were all cool, even if it was all lies, lol. I love that you say that. Swims, at Ashley, thanks, I will check it out. Joshua, also Venus is out by the moon tomorrow. Ooh, thank you for that, Joshua. Swims, oh, I saw that Christian channel interview of a lady saying when she tried yoga, she got possessed and could do stuff with a demon, forcing her to keep stopping and doing yoga poses all day. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. It's too fucking funny. I'm sorry. By the way, guys, you know I'm super critical of my own religion. I am not protecting yoga because, like, no, not my beloved yoga. It can't be demonic. No, no, no. I call out my own fucking religion all the time. All the time. So I'm not protective that way. Wrong is wrong no matter who's doing it. Yoga is a high vibe practice. I know because, again, I'm practicing it for 24 years at this point. The surest way for me to become high vibe and get my ass into alignment is meditation on my sofa or going to a yoga class. So no, I have copious amounts of experience doing yoga. No, it's not demonic. If it was, trust me, I would have stopped a long time ago and I would fess up to it. Just like I fess up to the fact that my religion has been so thoroughly corrupted. And my country has been my so-called country. How does that even work? How can, like, one specific race of people have a country? Does everybody else have a country? I'm sorry, if you're a Christian, do you have your own country? No? Then how do Jews have their own fucking country? It makes no sense. See? I call out wrong. Beth, thank you for another great live, Faye. Thanks, everyone, for showing up and for all the great... Love you, Beth, darling. Swims, Billie Eilish looks miserable. Please go watch the video on Walt Disney. When you're done with the video, go down into the description box. There is a link to the video, the AMA, in which I talk about Billie Eilish. Lisa said, thanks, Faye. Good night. See you next time. We still got 5 minutes, but I appreciate you guys are being punctual. Ashley, Walt Disney is a sick person. You gotta watch the video. It's one of my best ones, in my opinion. Swims, can you please do a video channeling Nephilim? How about Goliath? I kind of touched on Nephilim in the members exclusive video that I've done in the past, so I would consider joining if you can. Even if it's for a month, binge watch, cancel, I'm okay with that. You will learn a lot. Swims, I became converted when I saw the yoga video. The lady said she needed to get deliverance from the yoga spirits that possessed her body. I hope that won't happen if I try it. I promise it won't. Ashley, there is truth behind all these 6 scary rumors. So another thing I'm just going to say about, like, this people saying yoga's demonic. What's her name? Doreen Virtue. Doreen Virtue was like this spiritual person, and then she had like a come to Jesus moment, and she's like, that's demonic. Jesus is the only way. You know what? That works for some people, cool. But it doesn't... Meaning we don't see things as they are. We see them through the lens of our own personal veils. So to some people, could it be demonic? Sure. But in the abstract reality, is it demonic? No. Ashley, and we probably have seen these reptilians on a regular basis. I mean, yeah. Have you ever seen like the Queen of England? Not the current one. Queen Elizabeth II. Swims. The Christian ex-yoga lady said she couldn't go to the bathroom or cool without a yoga demon stopping. By the way, this woman sounds like she just needed attention. She just needed fucking, I couldn't go to the bathroom because the demon made me do a yoga pose first. Lady, you needed attention. Swims. Ooh, you always have so many video gems I need to check out. Steve, did you skip Spite? What about them? Ashley, I've been doing yoga for the majority of my life and I completely agree with Faye. It's not demonic, but anything could be depending on the circumstances. Yep. Victoria, Justin Bieber appeared to be demonic in a dream. I tried questioning him about the Illuminati and such, and I was terrified. Right, Victoria? LOL, yoga and meditation saved my life. So, Justin Bieber, by the way, he's a shape-shifting reptilian. So I think what you saw in your dream is not far off from the reality of Biebs. All Nasir saw a video of you recently. And here I am. You're seeing one of me right now. Steve, yoga demon, LOL, stretching the truth. Steve, at Simone, asked about the behind the veil on spiders. No, honey, you haven't seen me on PORN Hub. No. I'm celibate. So you couldn't have seen me there. I'm celibate. Celibate. Celibate? Celibate. Celibate as in I don't have sex with other people, and also as in I'm not having sex with other people on camera if I'm celibate. Steve, I wish Justin was in my dreams. I'm sorry, by the way, I did not see Simone's question about the behind the veil on spiders. We have one more minute. I'm not going to get to it, so save it for the next one, please, honey. Ashley, I was classically trained ballerina for 15 years, even almost moved to Russia at 15, and that is more demonic than yoga. I love you, Ashley. Yeah, baby. I'm getting off in a minute, baby.
Okay.
Swim.
I don't want you to get off. I want evidence of this interaction.
Well, I'm getting off in a minute. Swims,
Mom,
I think you're...
Mom.
Yes. 1 second, y'all. Yes, baby Coco.
I would like to buy something with my own.
Okay, not now. So
Mom,
I'm getting off in a minute.
Mom.
Real life over here.
Right when you get off, can I? Because, Mom, I want you to stay on so we have people to witness.
Okay, I'm not talking about this now.
Please, okay, Mom.
Not talking about this now.
Can I get it?
Not talking about this now.
Mom, I want to talk about it.
Not
before
talking about this now.
Yes, we are.
No, when I get off.
Yes, we are.
Swims.
But then we won't have witnesses. I want
I'm
witnesses.
sorry, do I go back on my word? Because you know I don't go back on my word. You don't need witnesses because I don't go back on my word.
Mom. Okay, well then please confirm your word right now that you will.
When I get off. We're not talking about this now. Swims, I think you're right. They had a whole segment show where they would flip to a reenactment scene of an actor suddenly stopping and contorting with a face expression of fear. Steve, ha ha ha, for real? I was a ballerina in a past life. Swims, so glad I caught your live tonight. Another great stream. I will, next week Friday, honey. If not before then. Ashley, a lot of born-again Christians rebuke yoga. That's their free will choice. I ain't telling nobody what to do. You do you, boo. I do me, boo. That's it. I don't want to be told what to do, and because of that, I'm not going to tell somebody what to do. So, guys, hold on. Before I bounce, you can guys let me know. Do you want me to do next week, Wednesday, a live stream, the pre-channeled Cold Case and True Crime AMA live stream next week, Tuesday, or do you want me to upload a video on Summer Wells? Which one would you guys prefer on Tuesday? Oh, wait, actually, can I do a Tuesday? Oh, no, I'm sorry, I can't do Tuesday. So it's gonna have to be Summer Wells on Tuesday. You guys can let me know Friday if you want to have like a open jam live stream, or if you want to do the True Crime AMA pre-channeled next week Friday. MGE, thank you so much, MGE. I appreciate you. Sherry, thanks for answering the questions. Have a good night. You are most welcome. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I love you all. So next week, this upcoming Tuesday is going to be Summer Wells. We're talking about Friday. So Friday, a week from today, we could do an open vibe, but just hang out and chill, or we could do the cold case file one then. Love you all. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Until next time, this is your reminder to stay in the high vibration. Don't be afraid of yoga. It's not demonic. Ashley, I swear on the ballet, I didn't even go to school. I love you all. I have to go give some attention to my child. It was lovely to meet you as well, Victoria. I am so happy that you are part of the Solar Flow family now. Good night, y'all, and I'll see you next week.